In the same room where we had watched the video the night before, Natsum, Lavinia, Kuroka, and Tobio were gathered, waiting for me to make breakfast. Rainier had already left, returning to Gregori to resume her training under Barakiel. As for me, seriously, why is there only ramen in this house? Ah, right, Valina's obsession with ramen. At least when she stays in the underworld, her diet includes more variety. I rummaged through the kitchen drawers and cupboards, managing to find some condiments and a few basic ingredients. Can you wait 20 minutes? I'll whip something up, I said. #, 20 minutes later. The table was set with a simple yet presentable breakfast. Vegetable sticks with mayonnaise, tuna sandwiches, and French toast garnished with jam for dessert. Natsum's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Amazing, amazing." Lavinia's face remained serene, but her gaze was glued to the French toast. Tobio seemed surprised, while Kuroka simply accepted the meal with her usual air of indifference. Used to my cooking, Kuroka's only concern was devouring the food as quickly as possible. "My apologies," I began, for the overlap between the sandwiches and the French toast. But considering the limited ingredients, this was the best I could do. I'll have to send Valina to buy groceries later. Despite the makeshift nature of the meal, Natsum grabbed my hand and shook it enthusiastically. "It's amazing, Draco-kun. I had no idea you could cook like this. Aya, what a rare find." I decided to let her excitement slide. Japanese girls and their quirky habits. Meanwhile, Lavinia had already started eating, softly murmuring, "Ottimo," as she chewed. Ottimo, Italian for delicious. It was a reminder of Lavinia's roots. Thanks to the system's language skill, I could understand her words in English, though certain nuances like Japanese suffixes or specific foreign terms slipped through untranslated. Tobio, still curious, asked Valina. "She's a cheeky brat who lives in this apartment building," I explained. "She's obsessed with cup noodles, so most of the food here is ramen. No matter how much I try to get her to eat healthier, she reverts to her habits the moment I'm not watching." As Natsum began eating, I took a seat next to Kuroka, who was happily munching away without a shred of decorum. What a naughty cat. #, the plan. "Well then," I began, "today's agenda involves finding Cookie Samejima. Either we bring him back, or he's going to get himself killed sooner or later." "Cookie Samejima, the #1 delinquent," Tobio muttered. "Do we even know where he is?" Natsum asked, tilting her head. "Or have you contacted him and arranged for him to meet us?" Instead of answering, I looked at Lavinia. "It's fine," she said, pulling a small wooden wand from her pocket. "I placed a magical equation marking on Shark, so I can track his location." Natsum's eyes lit up, as expected of a magical girl. Lavinia twirled the wand, which began to emit a soft blue glow. She spun around once before pointing it in a specific direction. "Shark is that way," she said, "but the signal feels faint. There's likely a force field obstructing my magic. It could mean the enemy has set something up in that area." Natsum frowned. "So Samejima-kun charge into enemy territory? Alone?" Lavinia nodded silently. Natsum's expression darkened, her fists trembling in frustration. "That idiot," she growled. "He probably stormed in without thinking. I'm going to drag him back by the scruff of his neck." With that, she stomped toward the door, her determination evident in her heavy footsteps. I sighed. "Looks like I'm coming along. If there's a swarm of enemies, it means plenty of EXP for me. Maybe even a boss fight, if we're lucky." #, the search. To avoid drawing attention, we hailed a taxi with Lavinia's guidance, though accommodating Tobio's dog and Natsum's hawk posed a minor challenge. The hawk flew alongside the car, while Tobio's dog melted into his shadow. Kuroka, true to form, decided to stay behind, dismissing the mission as too much effort and returning to her room for a nap. As we drove, I turned to Tobio. "Have you named the dog yet?" "No," he admitted. "I haven't found the right name." After passing through 2 villages, the taxi stopped at the entrance of a public park. Following Lavinia's wand, we eventually arrived at an abandoned department store at the edge of a residential area. "This place screams trap," I muttered, noting the eerie silence and desolate surroundings. Lavinia's wand glowed brighter, confirming Cookie's presence inside. Natsum crossed her arms. It wouldn't be surprising if this place is crawling with Utsasimi. I nodded. Considering the size of the building, there's probably more than just a handful of them. Most people would think twice before breaking into such a place. Not me. Dragon Punch! With a single, powerful strike, I shattered the building's main doors. The sound echoed through the empty structure. "Let's find that idiot," I said, stepping inside. Once we entered the building, we split into two groups. Lavinia paired with Natsum, while Tobio joined me. The reasoning was straightforward. Separating the two weakest members would ensure their safety. Leaving either of them alone would make them easy targets for the Utsasimi lurking in the shadows. It didn't take long to notice something was off. Lavinia's magic, typically reliable, was significantly weakened inside the building. The enemy had erected a bounded field to interfere with her abilities. It also dulled my senses somewhat, but I could still faintly detect the numerous auras scattered across the first and second floors. "Lavinia, can you use communication magic?" I asked. We needed a way to stay connected in case anything went wrong. Though honestly, I doubted we'd have any serious trouble. Lavinia nodded and, with a flick of her staff, traced glowing magical symbols in the air. In less than 5 seconds, the spell was complete. Tiny orbs, no larger than grains of rice, floated into each of our ears. "Asterisk, can you hear me?" Asterisk Natsum's voice echoed softly in my head. She whispered, but even without the spell, I could have heard her. Still, I didn't want to ruin her excitement, so I nodded. "Asterisk, cool." Asterisk came her enthusiastic reply. Lavinia, clearly proud of her work, gave me a playful peace sign. I returned the gesture with a thumbs up. No sense in disappointing her either. Asterisk, we'll search floor by floor and regroup at the second. If you find Cookie, notify everyone immediately. Asterisk, I relayed the plan. Hashtag searching for Cookie. Tobio and I headed for the next floor. His black puppy, ever alert, followed closely, ready to defend its master. The lump on its forehead, the spot where its sword would materialize, glinted faintly in the dim light. Asterisk, anything on your end? Asterisk Natsum's voice chimed in. Asterisk, nothing yet. What about you? Asterisk Tobio replied. Asterisk, still nothing. Griffin went ahead, but no signs of activity. Asterisk, we stopped in front of a non-functioning escalator. Tobio glanced at me. Should we go upstairs or wait for the others? He whispered. I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I focused on a nearby column, my instincts picking up on something. Tobio's puppy had sensed it too, growling softly as it turned its attention to the same spot. Tobio, noticing our reactions, shone his flashlight on the column. From behind it emerged a pure white cat with a long, swaying tail. I couldn't help but smile. Cookie's sacred gear, I muttered. A moment later, the person we'd been searching for stepped out from the shadows. Asterisk, Cookie, Samejima, asterisk. Shielding his eyes from the flashlight, Cookie's expression shifted from irritation to resignation. I thought I made it clear I don't want anything to do with you people. I'll handle this myself, he said, his tone laced with annoyance. Are you an idiot? I shot back. You have no idea what you're dealing with. At this rate, you'll die, and your little rescue mission will end in failure. Cookie's jaw tightened, and he looked away, biting his lip. Did you bring Natsum and that witch with you? What about the fallen angel idiot? Only Natsum and Lavinia. This is Tobio, I said, gesturing to the boy beside me. He's another survivor. Cookie barely spared Tobio a glance before turning his glare back to me. So, who tracked me? Was it that witch girl, or that arrogant silver-haired brat? Before he could finish, my hand shot out, grabbing him by the throat. With one swift motion, I lifted him off the ground, his eyes meeting mine. Say one more word about Valina, I growled, and it won't be the Utsasimi who kill you. Cookie struggled briefly, his face contorted in a mix of fear and frustration. Slowly, I lowered him back to the ground and released him. Cough, I get it, he managed, his voice hoarse. To his credit, Cookie recovered quickly, brushing himself off as though nothing had happened. Tobio, on the other hand, stood frozen, wide-eyed at the display. Movement upstairs, I muttered, breaking the tense silence. Cookie nodded. Byakusa sensed it earlier, too. So that was the name he'd given his sacred gear. #### trouble above. * Draco. Sorry. We're under attack. Lavinia and I are holding them off, but it's tough. What about you? * Natsum's panicked voice rang in my ear, confirming my suspicion. * We found Cookie. We're heading up now. Just hold on and don't die. * I turned to Tobio and Cookie. Move. Cookie was the first to react, scooping up his white cat, Byakusa, and placing it on his shoulder before taking the lead. Tobio hesitated briefly, then rushed to keep up. Hey, wait! Tobio called, his voice laced with urgency as he trailed behind us. The real fight was about to begin.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
As soon as we went up to the next floor, we discovered that the lights were on. Just as I expected, numerous giant creatures were waiting for us up there. Utsasimi, experience, a mantis, a stag beetle, a crab, a turtle, a herd of monsters with appearances similar to such thing. There were also varieties of the frog and spider I killed last night. From what I've counted, there are no more than 10 of these Utsasimi. Tobio, for whom it was the first time he encountered such a massive amount of monsters, was shaking, while Cookie was the opposite, being the first to step forward. Byakusa, let's go. You have to aim for the brain, Cookie. I reminded him. He just nodded his head. Thereupon, the cat's long tail stood up straight like a pin and then split in two. The two split ends of the tail steadily extended, one of them wrapping around Samajima's left arm. The white tail that was wrapping itself around its master's arm began to steadily change its shape. It transformed into an enormous cone-shaped lance. So he's Lancer style. Not bad, not bad. My cat spear can pierce anything. Come now, come and be pierced by this guy. With the spear that had grown on his left arm, Cookie issued a declaration of war to the Utsasimi. Cookie then charges himself to the spider-like Utsasimi. Tobio, do what you can. That kid's used to fighting, so he won't have a problem. You'll have time to train later, and I think you have the potential to become quite strong. For now, defend yourself as best you can while I take care of the rest. I believe in your potential. What a joke. I already know that this weak boy is going to become one of the 5 most powerful humans in the world, someone who could fight on an equal footing with the most powerful beings on this planet. But now he's just another kid, someone who doesn't even have the will to kill a living thing. A lost person who has not yet found his way in this chaotic world. My arms are beginning to change shape. Black scales begin to grow from them, and my fingernails grow. Right now, I'm using numbing darkness claws. My first target is the giant crab that's trying to attack Cookie from the side. With great speed, I get in the way of Cookie and the crab and crush the crab's body with my claws. 200 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill, Walking Egg, another 200 experience points were obtained. The level of Nephilim Dragon raised from 39 to 40. One more level, one less Utsasimi. If I can go up a level for Utsasimi, I think this is going to be very good. A frog tries to attack Tobio, but to my surprise, the puppy kills the frog before I can react. Not bad, not bad. Even Cookie gives Tobio a whistle of praise. Cookie has already finished with the spider, and now he's fighting a mantis. He seems to have no problem fighting the Utsasimi, which is quite surprising considering that they are stronger than Rainair when I met her. It is also true that the Utsasimi are not intelligent and have an obvious weakness, but that does not detract from Cookie. What's more, his rapport with his sacred gear is great. One of Byakusa's tails serves as a spear for Cookie, and the other acts on its own to attack. Leaving aside our conflict earlier, I like this Cookie, Samejima. On the other hand, Tobio's pup had already killed another monster. Tobio has no sense of fighting, but his sacred gear is enough to do all the work for him. Canis Lycaon seems to be in his early stages, but he already has remarkable strength. I'm lagging behind these guys, so I'm going to monster turtle and just destroy it with brute force. 200 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill, Walking Egg, Another 200 experience points were obtained. The level of Nephilim Dragon raised from 40 to 41. Another level, and now only 4 more Utsasimi remain. Tobio and Cookie kill 1 Utsasimi each, and I take care of the other 2. I was hoping to take more experience with me, as I didn't expect this level from my 2 new teammates, but that's okay. I've gone up a few levels that are always difficult to go up. 200 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill, Walking Egg. Another 200 experience points were obtained. The level of Nephilim Dragon raised from 41 to 42. 200 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill, Walking Egg. Another 200 experience points were obtained. The level of Nephilim Dragon raised from 42 to 43. With the 10 Utsasimi defeated, all the students disappeared after a magical circle. There's one thing I'd like to ask. Cookie faced Tobio, and Tobio nodded in silence. When you came here, did you suppress your desire to flee? What for? For what incomprehensible reason, born from some absolutely ridiculous silly ideal that fills your mind, did you choose to act? What is your motivation for fighting? That dog. What is it that you see when you fight with it? Being questioned by Samejima, Tobio looked at the ceiling. I'm also scared. But, looking ahead, Tobio spoke to Samejima. There are people I wish to save no matter the cost. Friends I want to help no matter the cost. Even if I'm the only one with the power to fight, then I will die standing up. Hearing that, Samejima for the first time softened his normally aggressive expression and showed his emotions. Heh, seems you're not just some ordinary indecisive person. Hey, are you guys done with your talk? We still have to clean up the area. They both nodded and followed me up the escalator to the next floor. It's a girl, right? I asked. As I expected, Tobio's face turned red. Typical anime protagonist who is easily embarrassed. Yeah, and no, that's... Samejima and I laughed as Tobio spoke while stuttering. Ah, woman, huh? Isn't that great? Putting on such strange airs of justice. That's quite good. Looking back, Samejima extended his hand towards Tobio. I'm Samejima Cookie. Tobio, despite his surprise, immediately reached out and accepted the handshake. Accused Tobio, I'll be in your care. Ascending through the 3rd floor, and again through the 4th, we finally reached the 5th floor. And once again, a herd of Utsasimis is waiting for us. And I can say, there are no less than 30 here. A wide variety of monsters, all looking at us. But the most interesting thing here is not the monsters, but the man who is clearly not part of the monster group. He was a man in his late 20s dressed in a business suit. While showing a fearless smile, the man approached. He spoke while wearing a sarcastic smile. Yeah, this is all there is. Only 3 people. Or else, is there some 4th person down below as well? You're the mastermind? Cookie asks in a threatening tone. You could say that I'm one of them. My name is Duman Kazuhisa. I'm someone who is participating in the current 4 Fiends project. Since it seemed fun, I came to inspect this scene. Dum, he's a member, or rather, a former member of one of the 5 shitty clans. The Duman clan, which possesses the sacred beast Jinbu as its main source of power. One of the shitty clans to be cleansed. 4 Fiends? The hell's that? Samejima asked. Seeing that reaction, the man then put on a puzzled expression. Oh, didn't your friend over there, one of the Gregori, not yet mention that? Tobio and Cookie looked to me, waiting for an answer. It's not like it's such a big deal. I'll tell you when we get back to the apartment. Cookie frowned, but finally ended with a nod. The man who had called himself Duman spread his hands as he spoke to Tobio and Cookie. In any case, I'll be taking you guys back with me, since we require the cat and dog you guys carry. The Utsasimi and such, that was no more than a minor experiment for the sake of this. Despite hearing that, Samejima, without backing away at all from the situation, boldly spoke up. The genuine sacred treasures, the sacred something or other was it? You involved them in this for such an incomprehensible reason. Since this is a good chance, why don't you release my pal? For sure, your friend was the Maeda Nobushige, I believe. Yeah, he has been changed into an Utsasimi. With those few words, Samejima's expression became one of rage. In that case, let me reply like this. I'm going pummel you. You damn bastard. Again, the lance forms on Samajima's left arm. He was at full combat readiness. Truly, how vulgar. The man immediately spat such words from his mouth. Tobio, Cookie, why don't you try your luck fighting that bastard? But I'll take care of the Utsusemis. Don't worry, I'll be careful not to kill your friends. Duman's words have made me angry, so I imagine that both Cookie and Tobio will be much angrier. Although I'm also going to say that I want this whole experience for myself. Natsum, how are things out there? We have a large group of them here. Here as well, we're caught up in the middle of hostilities with Utsusemi invading from outside and can't get away. Despite Lavinia both burning and paralyzing them, there's no end to it. I'd say, perhaps about 40 of them are approaching. 40? That's a lot of experience. If it has become like this, I will just freeze them then. Hold on as long as you can before you use your trump card, Lavinia. Roger. That bastard called Duman or whatnot must not be allowed to get away since I have various questions about this case for him. Samejima spoke. Yeah, I know. For now, focus on him. Rest assured, your backs are covered. Tobio and Cookie stepped forward, and the Utsusemi did exactly the same. Meanwhile, me and Duman stayed behind. But unlike Duman, I did intend to join in. I summoned Gondiva for the first time today, and I prepared to shoot my first arrow. I'm going to spend 30 MP for 12,000 EXP. I think it pays off. And, swoosh, 200 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill, Walking Egg, another 200 experience points were obtained. Haven't I moved up a level? So I've reached the barrier where 400 experience isn't enough to level up. Well, it would be a lot harder to level up if I didn't have my skill Walking Egg. Arrow after arrow, I continued to kill Utsusemi. Only with my bow was I able to create a corridor so that Cookie and Tobio could get to Duman. And every time I killed a Utsusemi, 2 notices would ring in my head. 200 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill, Walking Egg, another 200 experience points were obtained. And when I killed the last Utsusemi, 200 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill, Walking Egg, another 200 experience points were obtained. The level of Nephilim Dragon raised from 43 to 65. While I was taking care of the Utsusemi, Tobio, and Cookie were taking on Duman. The magic that Duman uses consists of clay dolls in the shape of men 10 feet tall. Clay dolls should not be underestimated, as a punch from the doll had a strength comparable to a high-class devil. In other words, the doll has the same strength as I have in my human form while using Tuki. On the other hand, its defense is also quite problematic. The spear created from Cookie's sacred gear is not enough to penetrate the doll's body. The problem came when Duman summoned a second clay doll. Tobio and Cookie were soon to be defeated. All this happened while I was killing the Utsusemi, so I, who was putting all my attention on the monsters, barely noticed that they were in danger. To my surprise, several of the boys I defeated yesterday were here again. That meant that the Utsusemi agency had the capabilities to bring these monsters back to life. In the end, Cookie and Tobio were captured by Duman. The clay dolls had them pinned down. That's when the boy who used to be Tobio's friend showed up, the boy who attacked him in the alley. Sasaki, I think his name was. Duman was forcing Tobio to confront Sasaki, and it looked like it wasn't pleasant for the boy. I'd already finished with all the Utsusemi. Still, it seemed that Duman was too immersed in his madness to even notice. Anyway, I had Gondiva in my hands, ready to act at any moment. Apparently, Duman wanted the so-called four fiends to be marked by human blood. He didn't seem to recognize that Tobio's sacred gear is a Longinus. How interesting. 2 of the clay dolls had Tobio and Cookie, while the other 2 dolls had the puppy and the cat. The boy named Sasaki, who was being controlled by Duman, was approaching the sword that was sticking out of Tobio's puppy's forehead. IQs. Huh. Is he regaining consciousness? What impressive willpower. He LP. Seeing this series of events, Duman began trembling. This is magnificent. So he was still partially conscious to this extent. This is quite interesting. Seize them. This absolutely must be immediately reported to the staff. Since the data on artificial sacred gears thus far is insufficient, obtaining something like this is valuable. To the end, as this man regards them, Sasaki, the students of Ryuku, they were nothing but objects to him. How can it be that he should be capable of such cruelty? How could such an inhuman individual possibly exist? Don't fool. Tobio could not hold back his rage. Don't fuck with me. Why? Why don't you bastards stop having Sasaki and the others assist with your research if they aren't any good? Duman sneered. It's you guys who are at fault for not having participated. No, it would be that group of those who fell from heaven who concealed you. Due to that, since we couldn't contain ourselves, do you think we had any choice other than to resort to Plan B? For said plan, naturally it was necessary to have an abundance of young people serve as experimental bodies for the Four Fiends plan. Their cooperation was entirely necessary. This man is mentally broken. He's completely insane. Not an ounce of sanity left in his mind. Was he a fragile-minded man who was broken after being expelled from his clan? Or was he expelled because of this insanity he's showing? In either case, the clan he belongs to should have finished with a demented man like this. Recalling something, Duman spoke with amusement. Accuse, huh? Speaking of which, I'm sure there was data saying that you were intimate with Tishu. That seems good. You should meet her. She's become an excellent Utsasimi. I remember her. Tobio began to tremble when he heard the name of his childhood friend. Duman, I feel sorry for you right now. Having seen Tobio reacting strongly when he heard that name, Duman sneered even more offensively. She cried out so many times in the middle of the experiment. Tobio, she said. Indeed, she was calling out to you. Surely you get it. Tobio, lacking any words to say, violently ground his molars, overflowing with frustration and anger as tears endlessly poured down. His eyes glared at Duman, full of murderous intent. Sigh. Tobio's already noticed, huh? These guys are evil. I remember saying something similar when I described Azazel, but I'm not talking about the same thing. The evil that is promoted by guys like this is far from the evil of Azazel. They're two different types of evil. This is the kind of evil that is willing to do anything to achieve its goals, or even without having a goal in mind. They don't care about humans or anything else. Azazel, on the other hand, focuses his evil on evolution. He is a fanatic for things he does not understand, or that he understands, but cannot achieve. That's why he locks himself into his study of sacred gears. That's why he's so obsessed with the growth of the Longinus. He can use any means available, moral or immoral, to achieve evolution. Is this how you feel, Azazel? Are this intrigue and curiosity what you feel when you seek evolution? Give me the answer to my question, Tobio. What will you do now, Tobio? Show me what Canis Lycaon can do. The power of desire. Sacred Gears becomes powerful if its user has powerful desires. And I can see it. I can see the desire in Tobio's eyes. The desire to destroy the evil being that is holding them back, that has hurt SEE Tishu. That intention to kill is sending me a message. Kill, 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 kill. I'll lend you my Desi. You will be my Blade. The pup's roar echoed with Tobio's cry. In an instant, something dark was being produced by the puppy's body. It began to expand until it reached Tobio's body. Tobio was enveloped in that mass of darkness, and it expanded again towards the clay doll, slowly consuming it. Together, Tobio and the cub had been released from their bondage. Wrapped around the bodies of Tobio and the dog was something like a black aura. Extending his hand in front of him, Tobio muttered a few words. Pierce everything, much more intensely than before the black aura enveloped the puppy's body. An instant later, countless blades appeared from the shadows beneath the feet of the monsters accompanying them, successfully skewering them. Looking over, utilizing gigantic blades that were born from the shadows beneath their feet, the two clay dolls restraining Samejima and the white cat were vertically bisected. Indeed, this was one ability of the puppy, the ability to deliver attacks from shadows. So long as it was within Tobio's field of vision, the puppy's blades could be grown from any shadow. What is this? Blades from shadows. Countless numbers of swords. How can this be? With such an intense scene, Duman was extremely confused, and as he gazed both forward and behind, what he saw was abject chaos. Tobio spoke while the puppy stood ready at his side. It suddenly struck me what your name should be. It was necessary for their partners to have names. Tobio, at this moment, was certain as to which name to choose. Jean. You're Jean. My blade for the sake of killing everything. And so, this was the name he had generated for his other self. Tobio commanded the puppy Jean. Jean / Duman summoned many of these clay dolls. But Jin's speed was so fast that the dummies were cut up almost at the same time they were summoned. And when Jean couldn't cut them, the swords that came out of the ground took over the clay dolls. Flustered by the sudden dramatic reversal, Duman's face was twitching as he shook his head from side to side. Ridiculous. Cleaning up scores of them in an instant. What's that sacred gear? It isn't one of the four fiends, is it? Blades that appear from the shadows? Such an ability was completely unknown. Of course not. This is none other than one of the 13 Longinus, Canis Lycaon. And right now we're looking at the birth of the legend of Slashdog. Tobio approached the man. He had no plan on forgiving him. Duman produced fresh talismans from his breast pocket and tossed them at Tobio after reciting a spell. But, as a result of Jean emerging from out of the shadow at Duman's feet, they were completely turned into trash. He had been transferred through the shadow. He had already learned how to use that transferability from before. So long as it was within his field of vision, he was able to freely transfer Jean from within shadows. Jean thrust his forehead's specialized weapon at Duman. His partner Jean did not provide Duman even a single break. You're all that's left. What was seen before Tobio's eyes, regarding the man who had fallen on the spot on his rear, he was creeping to try to get away. The composure from a little while ago was not present in the slightest. Hi, stay away. Stay away from me. The man's eyes were corpse-like in appearance. As Tobio was raising his hand, a dazzling brilliance appeared horizontally on the floor. As he watched, a magic circle-like thing appeared, from which the figure of a person emerged. A man who was about 40 appeared from the center of the magic circle and approached the shrieking Duman. Kazuhisa! Retreat from here! Duman recognized him. Section Chief Himejima. Himejima? Did I just hear the word Himejima? I knew it. I knew one of those bastards was involved in this incident. In an instant, Duman and Himejima disappeared. They're gone, but I don't care. Himeja? The 5 clans of Japan. How interesting, how interesting. Interesting. To have met you, dog. Those are Himejima's last words before any trace of them disappeared. Hey, they got away, huh? Samejima sighed, as such while short of breath. Oi, Draco. Your smile is giving me creeps. My smile? I'm sorry, but I can't help it. I suddenly feel like tearing a lot of people apart, you know? The black aura around Tobio disappeared, and he suddenly seemed tired, immediately sitting down. Due to the effort of having been exploding with anger, it seems that he burned through his stamina all at once. From a short distance away, 2 sets of footsteps were ascending the escalator. Draco-kun, Ikuse-kun, Samejima-kun, are you safe? It was Managua and Natsum and Lavinia. Given the uncleanliness of their clothes, it could be inferred that there was a fierce battle down below. You're late, Birdbrain. In response to Samejima's shocking statement, Natsum angrily scolded him. Who are you calling Birdbrain? You're the cause of this due to having plunged in here, as you pleased, right? As those two started an argument somewhere else, Lavinia spoke while approaching Tobio. Toby, your desire reached that child, right? The puppy, Jean, was wagging his tail beside him. Seeing that, Tobio smiled. Thanks to you. Indeed. Thanks to Lavinia's advice, Tobio had expressed strong thoughts, strong desires. Through that, Jean had gained power. Smiling, Lavinia simply said, "That's excellent." Natsum, who had finished arguing, let out a deep breath behind him, saying, "Well now, since all the members have now been gathered, it's time to once again meet with the Governor General." Last time, he did not explain things in detail. Cookie and Tobio looked at me. Even I don't know some things about the current affairs, you know? And how do you know that he is coming? I asked towards Lavinia. He contacted me. She smiled at me. I see. I understand you. Azazel. I too would rather talk to beautiful girls than to an Eichmann more handsome than you. I understand, and I get it. That same afternoon, we arrived at a different apartment building than the one we used to live in. I don't know why Azazel has chosen this place to meet with us, but let's let the eccentric fallen angel do what he wants for the time being. When we arrived, I felt something strange. I didn't feel anything. I couldn't detect Azazel's presence inside the building, so I went on alert immediately. When we entered the room, Lavinia pointed out to us. A speaker was placed in the center of a table. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, those who formerly were second-year students at Rukuku High School. A male voice came out of the speaker, once with which I was quite familiar, sounded from the speaker. It would appear, Draco, that you have diligently accomplished your goal. It looks like it, doesn't it? I've delivered all 3 eggs, and all 3 sacred gears have woken up safely. So it would seem, everyone in the room took a seat around the speaker. First, let me introduce myself. I am the leader of an organization that studies supernatural abilities like those of the sacred gears. The name of this organization is Gregori. Beyond the study of sacred gears, we also do things like safeguarding the owners. That condominium where you all have been hiding, that is one such hiding place for people with such powers. Safeguarding the owners? It's more like you wanted them to join you. But, I'm not the one who should criticize that. Tobio turned to face in the direction of the speaker. There are numerous questions, and I would like to hear the answers to them. Even if I'm in a position of superiority, though I can get in contact at a moment's notice, I am not in a position to discuss confidential information. But it's good that you all seem to have decided to take the next step any time now. We understand that we carry these things called sacred gears. This power which, by common sense, is unimaginable. Those guys who are colleagues as part of a certain agency in this country attacked the ship, and it was our power that was the goal of that mayhem. That's about it, accused Tobio. Before we speak about that agency, I want you guys to hear about those guys' plot. From the underside of this country, since ancient times, there have been numerous groups of people who had been waging war against evil spirits. That was the power of the man you all encountered. Amiudu, or possibly magic. Such a method is used to call supernatural power to appear in one's hand. It is exceedingly similar to the witchcraft practiced by Lavinia, but also extremely different. And I know where Azazel's speech is coming. From among these Inu Tsukai, 5 families possess especially potent power, who are known by those in this country as the 5 principal clans. The 5 principal clans? To Natsum's words, the Governor-General explained further. Dumin, Kushihashi, Shinra, Himejima, and lastly Nakiri. These are the 5 principal clans. Those descended from these were evil spirit eradication specialists who have protected this country from the shadows, possibly even giving their lives in the intimate fulfillment of their duties. Nevertheless, people on the fringes of each of these clans have been rampaging. This is the group is presently attacking you, and they are the masterminds behind this affair. Samejima, while sitting in a pose of poor manners with his feet propped up on top of the desk, spoke. Now that you mention it, when Accused and I were attacked by that guy this morning, didn't he call himself Dumin? They discovered the owners of the sacred treasures in which the evil spirits, known as the Four Fiends, have been sealed. Those once possessed top-class abilities among the independent avatar types. Managawa Natsum, Samejima Cookie, there seems to be no mistake that you possess 4 fiends. Natsum and Samejima looked at the falcon and cat, respectively. Tobio turned towards Jean. The 4 fiends, consisting of Hunden, Taowu, Taoya, and Shionchi, they are legendary monsters that appear as bringers of ill fortune. They were exterminated in ancient times and were turned into sacred gears. Those have been passed down until today and have now become your power. And like Poof, after lazily searching for these incomprehensible things, I've learned that those names mentioned above seem to be associated with something called the 4 divine beasts or such. Something Genbu and Suzaku or whatnot. Is there some relation to these 4 fiends? Cookie, who was searching for the information related to the 4 fiends, asked to Azazel. There is. Each family from the 5 principal clans respectively governs one of the 4 divine beasts and the Uryu. When a person is born within the family possessing this almighty power, There's a rule that they are bestowed with the name of the ability, such as Suzaku or Genbu. The ones involved in this affair at this time are the reverse. They are all from among those who did not inherit the name of their household. Somehow, it's become strongly reminiscent of fantasy. It was all one could handle with magical girls and sacred gears. Still, even so, from the underside of this country, there are things like exorcists and people with supernatural abilities and whatnot. Natsum was pondering while holding her hand to her forehead. Tobio asked, "Those guys who are attacking us, by saying they desire the four fiends, that is to say, it's our sacred treasures they're after?" "Ah, that is so. Those guys acting from the underside this time, those who are affiliated with the Utsusimi agency from the start, they were forcibly expelled from their households as a nuisance, so they are nothing more than outcasts. Those people have gathered together, and they bear a severe grudge against those heads of households that completely cut ties with them. They require power to triumph over them. Accordingly, they mobilize to obtain the power of the four fiends. So that's the reason behind the attack on the luxury liner. They seek to utilize the four fiends in opposition to the four divine beasts and such." To Samajima's statement, Azazel affirmed with, "That is so. Those guys attacked during school trip merely to retrieve all of the students. It was beneficial for those guys, the fact that half the ship sank deep underwater the way it did. Beneficial, since it seemed to save them time arranging for the several missing human corpses. After that, all that remained was dealing with the bereaved families. At any rate, for that, they used hypnotism so that the relatives would mourn for the children whose survival was unknown. It should be that those of you who were in attendance at the funeral service had a feeling of discomfort. To some extent, that funeral service would have appeared to be an act. Those guys smothered any hope for their children that existed in the minds of the parents, all for the sake of achieving their ambitions." Natsum inquired, "So then, what is the reason you are cooperating with us, Governor General? Even though I realize that you have arranged things like following up with strangers like us at this place, how do I know if you're not a good person? Regarding the Utsusimi, the technique that was being used to develop them is from within my organization. They are a result of a leak of information relating to artificial sacred gears. Information regarding you all and the matter of the four fiends was also leaked to that agency by an informer within the organization. From the beginning, our organization effectively caused this calamity. In this case, essentially, it can surely be said that we should be the ones who set out to stop it, but there are complicated circumstances related to this world, so we cannot readily interfere. Even though we'd be supporting you, from a different perspective, there'd be no choice but to view it as a scandal. Our organization wishes to obstruct the current experiment on artificial sacred gears, and also to seize the one who has become a traitor." They completely lost it in his words. Only Lavinia and me, who had been aware of the circumstances, acted composed. Still, Tobio and company couldn't hide their shock. As his expression changed to one of anger, Samejima violently struck the desk. "Jaya, so we had to go through such things because of your incompetence? The hell's up with that?" Samejima was unable to conceal his rage, and Tobio as well was only managing to not succumb to his fury. It was just so completely outrageous. Lavinia raised her hand. "Shark, please don't just blame the Governor General. To be honest, on this occasion, given that my organization, the Magicians Association, has also been pursuing a group that's participating with those people, it is therefore not just a deficiency on the part of the Governor General's organization. While there are some bad factors, we are all tied to the current scandal. Despite this, the Gregori and I are cooperating and have planned to pursue those people. And so here we are. Until now, I haven't discussed this with Shark and the rest, and I believe that is my responsibility. If you're angry, then I ask you to be angry at me. But I simply wanted you to be aware of this. Had we had this extraordinary discussion all at once, surely Natsum, Toby, and Shark would have all felt as though their heads were going to burst. To have you all come to grips with the hard facts little by little, we choose to explain things gradually." Lavinia rapidly bowed her head in apology. Her tone of voice had seemingly dropped to some extent. Samejima put on a complex expression in response to Lavinia's apology as he scratched his head and, with no place to go, "Ah, damn it," he cursed. Forcibly suppressing his rage, Samejima cut off the conversation to inquire of the Governor General. At this late hour, it's fine even if the incomprehensible keep on increasing. It's good enough that we've come to annihilate all of those bastards. Other than that, I have just one more thing to ask of you. Samejima turned and glared at the speaker. What is it? Those that were changed into Utsasimi by those bastards, can they be returned to how they once were again? That question, it was also one harbored by Tobio and Natsum. They can be restored. I personally guarantee it. Hearing that Samejima struck the palm of right palm with his left fist. His expression was full of energy. Maeda Nobushige, he was your friend. If he can be safely brought back, I promise to restore him to his original state. The same for the friends of Managawa Natsum and accused Tobio. Hearing that Tobio and Natsum's expressions brightened. Seeing as you're someone I know nothing about, as of yet I can't believe what you say. Don't you agree? I cannot consent to how you guys brought about this current affair, but for restoring my buddy to how he was in that case, I'm willing to give you a shot. So this is your chance to repay your debt. Because after what that agency did, I didn't feel alive at all. For the sake of annihilating them, you have my support. What I did was unforgivable. I would like to apologize for not showing my face at this time, but I promise that we will, without fail, meet face to face someday. It seems that Azazel wanted to end the call, but, hey, I haven't finished. I think that I know what are you thinking, Draco. So you know what, huh? Then, why? Why do we have to clean up the mess caused by the 5 main clans? Don't you remember what happened 6 months ago, Azazel? Don't you remember? Without realizing it, I broke the table on which the speaker was resting. Calm down, Draco. I have already messaged them, but they haven't answered back. I honestly think that they are not going to do anything about this matter because of the events of that incident, and they're forcing this onto us. And, Draco, would you cooperate with a member of the 5 clans? Or would you kill him on the spot? Huh? Isn't it obvious? I will destroy them. If I can't do it now, I'm going to do it in 4 years or 10 years. I don't care. I want to take the head of Suhaimajima with my own hands. I'm going to destroy everything that he cares for, everything that's important to him. While I hated Su since he visited Akino's house 6 months ago, the hatred has gone upwards with the pass of time. It's not the first time that I heard Akino crying while sleeping, and she always mumbles the same words. Why can't I live? Is it because of my raven wings? I hate them. I hate myself. I want to live. I want to live. You know that I hate them the same or more than you, but we can't do anything at the moment. It's impossible to do anything when we have the white wings and the bat wings waiting for any opportunity to strike at us. Only a matter of time, a matter of time. The atmosphere was quite tense after my speech, and it didn't help that the table was utterly broken. Thankfully, Natsum asked about a different matter. Say, Governor General, the other children, the rest of those who survived, what has become of them? While 9 people didn't participate in the trip, there is no mistake that there are only 4 people that are 4 fiends. However, for the others, some are normal humans, and also those who possess other sacred gears. It is presently known that 7 of the 9 have sacred gears. They're people with special abilities. Among them, 4 of them are 4 fiends, so the remaining 2 are ordinary humans? To Natsum's query, the Governor General answered, For those who are ordinary people, they have been removed from this affair and are living ordinary lives that are unchanged. But as for the 4 fiends and the 3 others with special abilities, they are being pursued by those guys. Regarding the 4 fiends who are not among you guys, they have refused to cooperate with us and are rampaging on their own. Regarding the 3 remaining, our side is already concealing their location. So, he decided to lie to them and tell that the remaining 4 fiends are rampaging on their own. I don't know the reason, but Azazel must have one for saying that. Even if I hate to say so, Azazel is a wise man. He rarely commits any judge error, but it's a fatal one when he does so. Regarding the 4 fiends, naturally, it is often the case that the 4 of them are all drawn to the same place. Since ancient times, whenever they awaken, this has been the unique, invariable principle of the 4 fiends. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, that is the reason you have all assembled in one building. Sooner or later, you are bound to come across the remaining 2 people. The confusion shown by Tobio, Cookie, and Natsum is normal, as there are only 4 fiends, but Azazel has said that there are still 2 missings. That means that one of the 3 is not a 4-fiend owner. Tobio, that dog of yours didn't come out of the egg, remember? It came from your shadow. Isn't that the case? I question him. How? Regarding that, he timidly asked in return. I dare say, you are an existence that exceeded the present scheme of those guys. You an irregular one, much in the same way as Lavinia, I would guess. Those guys introduced a foreign element into the process of stealing the 4 fiends. Accused Tobio. That dog you possess seems to be in existence from an entirely different dimension. Looking over at Lavinia, she was narrowing her eyes curiously. Probably, Toby is a foreign element that was beyond all expectations of theirs. Accused Tobio, is your grandmother still around? Not anymore. She passed away around the time I was in middle school. Is that so? I wonder if you wouldn't inform me of your grandmother's former surname. It was Himejima. It's true. Tobio is also from the Himejima clan. Interesting. How interesting. He... Draco? Governor General? Natsum spoke while having a question mark floating over her head. No, not really. You figured out, Draco, didn't you? The truth of Tobio's sacred gear. That punch of sarcasm was so effective that it is the first time in a while that I have nothing to say. No matter how much you try to purify the darkness in that family, it seems that there's nothing that can be done about this generation, Chief Dono. Kukuku. So the dog is only a dog. You who hated the feathered lightning will now go as far as to purify the dog? So ha ha ha. This is hilarious. I like you more and more every time I see you. Tobio, now that I notice, you bear a certain resemblance to that mother-daughter couple. While Azazel and I were laughing, the other people present did not seem to understand what was going on in our minds. By some chance, what you were saying earlier about the 5 principal clans, is there some connection between Azoba-chan and that guy? Apparently, Samejima was thinking about this situation, but the Azazel purposefully said nothing about it. That's how he is. He wants to be involved in mystery to see how the things play out. No, don't mind that now. If it's true that everything has already been determined, then I guess everyone is related to it. But the youth of the Black Dog. You have other things to occupy your mind outside of the matter of Himejima. Regarding that name, it is part of a very weighty affair involving things with the underside of this country. Himejima clan, don't let me see you soon or I will. As we left the multi-tenant building, as Samejima was going on his motorcycle, Natsum had detained him and had begun quarreling. Just a minute, where are you going? I'm just going back, all right. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion after all that's happened today. I wonder, are you truly going back? So you're not going to do something like stopping on the way and start fighting again on your own, and such if you'll pardon my asking? Yeah. Although, if the affair's mastermind should become known to me, I will be drawn in by that. Do you think taking such dangerous action single-handedly is reliable? Were you not listening to what the Governor General said? And yet, you're going to attack such awful people? It's no good unless all of us cooperate. Samejima placed the white cat that had been sitting on the fuel tank into the bosom of his shirt. This guy will succeed somehow or other. The white cat, only the head of which could be seen from within the shirt, purred Naya. Having gone beyond rage directed at the self-assured Samejima, Natsum was now wearing a disgusted expression. Natsum turned to Tobio. Ikuzukun, help me stop this Yankee. I put my hand on top of Natsum's head, stopping her from being so anxious. I know that you are worried, Natsum, but let him live his own life. Cookie and Byakusa are a strong couple, so there is no problem if they go alone. Utsusimi is nothing for them. Natsum trembled a little bit when I touch her, and her face turned as red as a tomato. Yeah, she mumbles quietly while she retreats behind me. Look at yourself, bird brain. It seems the dragon has tamed you. Cookie laughed at her appearance. I'll kill you, Yankee. See you guys? 3 days, Cookie. Valina is going to test how much have you improve on 3 days. You wouldn't want to get your ass kicked again, don't you? Cookie's smile disappeared, and he nodded with a serious expression. He then opened the accelerator to Fool and speedily departed. In the next morning, once again, Kuroka was peacefully sleeping in my arms. But unlike the day before, this time it was Valina who was accompanying us. "Good morning," I said when I noticed that one of the girls woke up. "Good morning, big brother Draco." Of course, Kuroka couldn't wake up alone. It was Valina who had woken up as the sun was beginning to enter through the opening of the blinds. "What are you going to do today, Valina? Are you going to take a look at Tobio?" Valina, who hadn't quite woken up, nodded her head. "Azazel says he has a very interesting sacred gear, which doesn't lose on mine." He didn't want to say much, but only a Longinus can keep up with the divine dividing. And, being a dog is sacred gear, there's only one name that comes to mind. Canis. Lycan. I finished the sentence that Valina had started. She gave me a half-smile, which showed all the beauty of the young Lucifer. "I have high hopes. Maybe this boy will give me a good fight. I also want to fight you. I've improved a lot since you defeated me. Don't get your hopes up too high for Tobio. His sacred gear doesn't seem to be going past its early stages. You probably don't need to use Albion's powers to defeat him." At my words, Valina shows a disappointed face. "And you say you've become stronger, but have you thought about how I can become stronger too?" I put my index finger on Valina's forehead, and it took the shape of my dragon finger. It was quite funny because I could cover Valina's face with just my fingertip. From that finger, I let Valina feel my true current power, which caused the girl to be surprised. And although I was expecting another face of disappointment from Valina for not being able to overcome me for the moment, I found a face of genuine happiness from her. This surprised me a lot, but it also gave me indications that I wasn't important to Valina just because I was a target for Valina in terms of rivalry. "You've become much stronger, big brother. I'm so happy for you." "Why are you so happy, Valina?" he asked, full of curiosity. "Isn't it obvious? You are the elder brother of the most powerful white dragon empress, so you must become one of the most powerful in the entire world. I won't ask you to reach the level of Ophis or Great Red, but you have to be at least almost as strong as the gods in the Hindu pantheon. Do you understand me?" She had a face that said, "You have to listen to me. Yes or yes." The Hindu pantheon? They're very weak. You'll see how one day your big brother will be so strong that he can beat all the top 10 attacking me together with only one hand. Although I'm just kidding right now, it seemed like Valina didn't take it as a joke. "Big brother, I believe you. If it's big brother, you can accomplish anything." You're wondering why Valina's acting this way with me. Well, it all goes back to when I beat her in a fight a few weeks after the incident. She lost and didn't give up, so she kept asking for a rematch. It seems that she finally got tired, and that's when she started acting sweetly towards me until it got to the point where it seems that what Valina feels for me is nothing but fanaticism. It seems that Tobio and Natsum are training on the roof of the building, although the boy has been training all night. Why don't you go take a look while I make breakfast? I don't miss Kuroka's ear movement when I mention breakfast. It's all right. You better have something made that I like when I get back. Valina takes off her pajamas and puts on her clothes before going up to the roof where Tobio and Natsum were training. "Did you say breakfast, Nya?" Yes. Kuroka had woken up at the very moment I had mentioned the word breakfast. I don't know how she does it, but she seems to react instinctively to the things she likes. Sigh. "Yes, I'll make breakfast." 3 days had passed since Tobio met Valina, and 3 days since he suffered a fate similar to that of Cookie Samejima. As much as he possesses a Longinus, Valina is still too strong for Tobio to defeat her. Not for nothing is she a descendant of Lucifer and the current owner of the Divine Dividing, the sacred gear that contains the vanishing dragon Albion. Today was one of those strange days when Kuroka decided to do something strange, and this time it was to take a bath with me. Yes, she wanted to take a bath with me. Being a male dragon, my biggest weakness is the female of other races. In other words, I'm more attracted to the female gender of other races. In Kuroka's case, I'm not only attracted to her physically, but also emotionally. It has been a long time since I thought of this world as one created by the mind of a human in my previous life. People I've known for a long time are no longer mere characters, and I consider them as people. I think you understand what I mean. As to why I haven't had sex with Kuroka, that's for something similar to what would happen in the future with Chiron if she had followed her original path, being the rook, the Rius Gregori. Kuroka is now the same age as Chiron at that time, 16, and her body, although more developed than Chiron's, is still very weak in the event of a possible pregnancy. And as a dragon, I am totally against the use of condoms or birth control pills. Considering that the birth rate of my race is among the lowest of all races, even lower than the devils, I cannot waste a single drop of my semen to get a descendant. This is something that Tiamat took it upon herself to put in the back of my mind. On the other hand, Kuroka doesn't think much of condoms and birth control pills either. She only thinks about having kittens and doesn't seem to want to waste any opportunities for that. If the birth rate of dragons is so low, why am I so worried about Kuroka? That's because Nekashu get 100% pregnant when they lose their virginity. It's like they're in a permanent mating season. I'm gonna wash your hair, Kuroka. Nah, I think she wanted to okay that. Stroking Kuroka's hair is one of my favorite activities. It's so soft and so beautiful, I could spend hours stroking the Nekashu's hair. But just as I was half washing Kuroka's hair, the bathroom door opened and a little guest came in. Oh, it looks like little Jean wants to take a bath too. Tobio's puppy, Canis Lycaon or Jean, is the intruder we have in the bathroom. But it seems that he is not the only one who seems to want to enter the bathroom, as I hear another two voices coming from the corridor. Tish, the two bitches are coming to take up my time alone with Draco, Kuroka mumbles underneath. The bathroom door opens, revealing the naked bodies of Lavinia and Natsum. I already knew that Lavinia's body was voluptuous and that her tits were quite large, but I am quite surprised at Natsum. With a slender body, such a figure was standing there. And yet, there was a mass there that I hadn't previously noticed when clothed. I think that I have to reevaluate this girl. From the naked blonde girl, Lavinia. Her body stresses feminine curves beyond those of Natsum. That which hadn't become clear that time she appeared on my bed was now clearly visible. Oh, it's Diarkun and Kuro-chan. We were following Jean-chan to have a bath. That was what Lavinia said. And for Natsum, nah. Steadily getting her face red from the current situation, Natsum finally sprung back out of the bathroom. But before she could go out, Lavinia held her arm and brought her inside. Natsum, you said that you wanted to take a bath this morning. Why are you going out? Lavinia asked. Seriously, doesn't she realize that Natsum is obviously embarrassed? Or maybe she's doing it on purpose. Bibi, but Kuroka-san and Draco-kun are here too. Natsum explains while trying to cover her body as good as she can. I don't find any problem there. There is a lot of space in the bath. What Lavinia says is true. Thanks to Azazel, who I'm sure had the idea, the bathroom in this apartment is incredibly large. It's not a joke to say that 6 people can easily fuck inside the bathroom. Although I have to say, the quality of the water after we all get in the same tub is more than questionable. But this is where the great advance of Japanese society from the rest of the world comes in. Rather, this is where Azazel's foresight and intelligence come in. This bathroom is the same style as a public bathroom in Japan. There's a part of you taking off the dirt, and another part, which is where Kuroka and I are right now, where you can relax. It's this last part that I say is big enough for several people to enter. In the end, Natsum agreed with Lavinia, and it ended up being practically for her to go to the baths. Do you usually bathe together? I can't help but ask. Already images are coming to my mind of the two girls bathing together, helping each other wash their bodies. It was Natsum who responded from the other side of the bathroom. When I wake up and every morning, Lavinia is always openly sleeping in my room. But this time, she was sleeping while holding Jean-chan. Such being the case, everyone was taking a shower together. Ah, jeez. Natsum was shaking as she gave an explanation. We're going in. Lavinia was the opposite of Natsum. She did not seem to feel any shame in being exposed by a person of the opposite sex. And there you have it. My time alone with Draco, totally spoiled by the two bitches. Kuroka. After what happened this morning, I still had to make breakfast today. Dish after dish had been put on the table. In today's program, eggs with sautéed sausage and spinach garnish, grilled salmon fillet, a mixed salad, and the delicious miso soup that is so common were on the menu. In addition, the broth used for the miso soup, as well as the fried eggs, sausage, and salmon fillet, were all perfect without being burned in the least. The white rice, too, having been boiled in a special pressure cooker, was not the least bit overcooked, with each grain of rice rising magnificently. Whoa! As expected, it was the right decision putting Draco on cooking duty. Before everyone could say itadikamasu, Same Jima was slurping the miso soup. At that moment, he put on a broad smile. In any case, this is scrumptious. This was muttered with poor speech. Much like Same Jima, Lavinia could do nothing but gape. Dirikun's cooking is the greatest. After saying itadikamasu, Natsum quickly reached out with her chopsticks. Yum, delicious. Natsum's assessment was that today's breakfast was the best yet. Then, watching Valina's figure as she moved her chopsticks in silence, I wore a mischievous expression. Here you go, your favorite breakfast. Isn't that what you were asking me the other day? She just looked at me silently as she continued to eat. You misunderstand. I was only interested in obtaining nourishment from this meal. It comes back to nourishment, huh? Good grief, you're not honest at all. It's true. Valina has a tendency to seem cool and mysterious in front of the rest of the world. Seeing this exchange, Cookie let out a laugh with a kukuku. Lysidra Sensei's at the height of her cheekiness. Same Jima Cookie. What's with this Lysidra? Is that supposed to be me? Valina raised her eyebrows inquiringly at Same Jima. Yeah. Aren't you Lucifer and a dragon? In that case, Lysidra is good for short, ain't it? It seems that Cookies wasn't so good for Valina, since the corners of her mouth lowered into a frown. One would change it. I am the bloodline of the Mal Lucifer, and also carry the legendary dragon known as the Vanishing Dragon within my body. Ah, yes, of course. Lysidra. At the childish exchange between Same Jima and Vala, Natsum could only sigh. Geez, no fighting during a meal. Natsum tossed one of the sausages to Griffin, which the bird skillfully caught and gulped down. The independent avatar types consisting of Jean, Griffin, and Byakusa also partook of meals, just like ordinary animals. However, there is no need to worry about things like hawk, cat, or dog food, as they eat everything given to them from meat to fruit. Since they hadn't observed any abnormalities up till now, it was likely there weren't any restrictions like there would be on a real animal. VA-chan, good girl, good girl. Lavinia was patting the pouting Valina's head. Like I said, don't pat my head. I'm not a child. This normally cool-headed girl, after only a little teasing, was displaying a face appropriate for her age. Big brother Draco. They're bullying me. They are? I can't see it. The betrayal, yeah. After breakfast, we met to have a meeting of our own actions. Well, they met since I barely took part in it. To sum up, what was decided was that we were going to investigate the whereabouts of the families of the missing students. They had moved en masse, which was too rare. On the other hand, information from Azazel about the 5 major clans had arrived. Information that only increased the anger I felt toward them. They were beginning to take action. The 5 major clans were going to begin eradicating everyone connected with this case. No one who got their hands on it was going to survive if the 5 main clans began to work. And that pisses me off a lot. What the clans wanted to do was eradicate all the students who had been forced to become Utsasimi and all their families. They also wanted to eradicate Tobio and the rest, and they even wanted to eradicate any journalist who felt that this case was strange. They wanted to erase any records that would negatively impact the 5 major clans. Since there were so many houses to visit, Tobio and the rest decided to start by searching the house of Tobio's childhood friend, Sae Tishu. The reason for choosing this was because we work from the mentality that enemies expect us to go to the houses where Tobio's close friends Natsum and Cookie used to live. Valina had been called back by Azazel, so this time only Tobio, Lavinia, Natsum, and Cookie's group went to see Tishu's house. They only went because I wasn't needed to accompany them. The strength of the boys had increased considerably during 3 days of training with Valina, and was more than enough to survive a fighting battle on the scale that was going to take place there, in case there was even a fight. Besides, my instinct said that the final battle was yet to come, so I'm not interested in leftovers. That group are the protagonists of a novel, so I don't think they'll die so easily. From what I was told later, the house had been surrounded by a magic field that made it impossible for ordinary people to enter the area, which was quite suspicious. As expected, there was no trace of Se Tuja's parents inside the house. In the end, the final boss appeared at Tishu's house, next to Sei herself. He introduced himself as Hanazu Himejima, the leader of the so-called Utsusimi agency. Speaking honestly, I believe my only desire has been partly fulfilled. Accused Tobio was how you introduced yourself, huh? A demon beyond the daughter of lightning has been born from that Himejima. Moreover, it is an authentic creation compared to the aforementioned lightning. The degree of comedy is boundless. Rather than the red of the Shizuku of Shintoism that the Himejima rules over, they've given birth to jet black. Having acknowledged you since your face reminds me of the previous Himejima clan chief, I guess I am sufficiently satisfied. This had made such an impact on Tobio that he had remembered every word Hanazu had spoken at Tishu's house. The Utsusimi that Tishu had seemed to be a special monster created specifically by Wizards of Oz, and it was called the Cowardly Leo. I thought the name was funny when I heard it, as it is clearly based on the book for young children. But my decision not to accompany Tobio's group turned out to be the worst one I could have made. And that's because Lavinia and Tobio have ended up being captured by the enemy. But not only that, I'd received a message from Cookie saying that he and Natsum were in mortal danger. Without waiting a moment longer, Valina, who just returned from an errand for Azazel, and I set out. To my surprise and Valina's, when we arrived at the place where Natsum and Cookie's presence was, and another presence that I had already felt before, we met two quite powerful beasts. One of them was a white beast, which although it had the shape of a cat, its size was more than 3 meters. The beast had teeth similar to those of the saber-toothed tiger. Moreover, it had numerous long tails growing from it, all of which included a sharp tip in the shape of a round cone. The whole body was emitting sparks. As for the huge 4-legged beast floating in the air, its size exceeded 2 meters. There were 2 pairs of wings on its back, and its head that resembled that of a falcon had horns on it. However, the form of a beast had been matched up with that of a bird, just like the griffin that appears in fantasy productions. The upper half of the body was that of a falcon, and the lower half of the body was that of a monstrous lion. Its whole body was clad in the wind. There was no doubt. These were the true form of Cookie and Natsum's sacred gears. Speaking of Cookie, he was in pretty bad shape. He had a wound in his chest that showed what was behind Cookie. Something had gone right through him. What this is? These are the 4 fiends? Their original forms? This is the person I was talking about, who I've seen before. He's also responsible for Cookie and Natsum's bad condition. Dumin Kazuhisa. The wind cut through, and an HYU sound was heard. Passing by Natsum and Samejima, something small moved about at high speeds. Looking about, it was the numerous tails of the white beast, which were continuously moving about the factory's interior freely, finally swooping down upon a clay doll. The clay doll took a guard stance by crossing both arms, which was easily broken through, as throughout the whole body the white tails. The lances pierced through it. Instantly, releasing a seemingly huge electrical phenomenon, the clay doll was fried from the inside. Its entire body smoking, the clay doll collapsed worn out and powerless. Seeing that sequence of moves, Dumin shrieked, "Tawu! Truly, this is Samejima Cookies." Before he could finish speaking, a sudden gust enveloped the inside of the factory. The large winged animal was flapping its 2 pairs of wings on the spot. The pile of scrap material was lifted up, and even the factory roof was blown off by its vigor. Other than Natsum, anything that was not tied down was also launched up into the sky. As for Samejima, one of the white beast's tails was wrapped around him, fastening him down. Of course, Valina and I were able to hold our own. But seriously, this isn't even the balance breaker of these sacred gears, and they were already so powerful. They're not even Longinus. Chionchi. Race, Fiend. Status, Sacred Gears Sealed. Strength, 400. Defense, 350. Magic, 375. Agility, 450. This is the power of a sacred gear of the highest level. I'm not counting the Longinus, without even using their balance breaker. Just awesome. The instant Natsum confirmed Samejima's safety, a countless number of sharp wave-like things attacked a clay doll. In no more than a second, the clay doll's entire body was covered with multiple scars as though it had been slashed. Shortly thereafter, the clay doll crumbled into fragments all over the floor. This is Cheongchi. How unpleasant. That it would even be both at the same time. Seeing the body of the transformed griffin, Dumin was uttering as much, only to then raise a shriek as he became aware of the change in himself. Wow! And my arm is AH. Indeed, from below the elbow, his left arm was gone. Regarding that arm, it had fallen to the ground nearby. In all likelihood, it had been hit by the wind blades Griffin had just released. Because of that, the arm had been cut off. Dumin crouched down on the spot, writhing in shock due to the pain of losing his arm. These are Griffin and Byakusa-chan's true forms? As Dumin had said, these enormous creatures were the true forms of Cookie and Natsum's sacred gears. The question was, why had the true forms of sacred gears now manifested? I remember that this is not the first time that Cookie has been in a life and death situation, but Byakusa had not been transformed before. It didn't take me long to understand. Lying on the ground next to Dumin was a young boy, whom I recognized as Cookie's friend. He was obviously an Utsasimi, but the problem came in the form of the Utsasimi. The Utsasimi that accompanied Cookie's friend was shaped like a little girl, and seeing the resemblance to the boy, I would not be surprised if it was Cookie's friend's own younger sister. Seriously, how much craziness has to be inside these people to do something like this? The transformed Griffin descended downwards towards Natsum's position. Griffin, who since before had behaved like a spoiled child, drew close to Natsum. Seeing that, this child truly is Griffin, Natsum said with relief. Even if the form had changed, the mind was the same. Naturally, she was able to turn and accept this new appearance. Surely, Byakusa and Griffin, due to the predicament of their masters, or possibly due to resonating with their complex feeling, had seemingly increased their power in an instant. Seeing that it was all over, I waved Valina into action. Let me speak first, big brother Draco. It's okay. I don't know what you have in mind, Valina, but I think it's not bad to let her get away with it this time. Knowing her, she probably just wants to act cool one more time. What's this, you're still alive? It would have been settled without Azazel getting mad at me. I knew it. She just wants to act cool in front of Cookie and Natsum. Vala? Draco? Yo, Minago and Natsum. I was late, given that there were tasks to finish. I've come to meet up with you. As always, Valina trying to act cool. Valina then looked over at Dumin. Dumin was picking up his fallen arm, and then began running towards the entrance. He was planning to escape. Sensing that, Valina stood in his way. Move! You damn brat! Seeing that reaction from Dumin, Cookie laughed a little bit. Ha, he is dead. What? Natsum asked. Never spoke badly about that little girl when you are in front of him. Indeed, I'm not going to allow anyone to harm any of my beloved ones, even if it's only verbal abuse. Move! You damn brat! Dumin verbally abused the youth. Valina twitched an eyebrow. Move? About that? The next moment, glowing wings sprouted from Valina's back. They were wings of splendid light. From those light wings, there was an unknown pressure that was seemingly being released, overwhelming every being present. Even for Natsum and the transformed Griffin and Byakusa, it was certain that they as of the present would fall before this. This small-built youth, apparently she was an enormous monster. Even Dumin's whole body was shaking when confronted by the excessive pressure the youth was releasing, to the point he dropped the amputated arm he was carrying. Are you talking to me? A lowly human special ability user like you. While smiling fearlessly, Valina held out a hand. It was at that moment. Wait, that was Draco's voice. He put a hand on Valina's shoulder, indicating that she should step back. Earlier, Cookie intended to ask Valina to let him take care of the Dumin family bastard. But after seeing him insult Valina, he knew he didn't stand a chance. Draco's heterochromatic pupils shrank, resembling the pupils of a reptile. What's happening? Natsum asked as she began to recoil from the pressure Draco was exerting. Draco's body began to do strange things. He seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis. His body began to grow in size as different colored scales began to grow on his skin. The two horns on his forehead grew next to his body, and a pair of black and white wings and a large tail also emerged. Draco had transformed into a huge, mixed-colored western dragon. Duman, who was already shaking from Valina's pressure, practically peed himself when the dragon approached him. He, forgive me, please. Duman gave an unsightly scream. The dragon was showing his teeth to him when Duman passed out. Yes, he was so afraid he had fainted straight away. A pool of liquid, which was obviously urine, surrounded Kazuhisa Duman's body. Everyone seemed shocked to see that the arrogant Duman had ended up in such a way. Even Draco seemed surprised, as he was touching Duman's body with one of his claws, wondering if the boy had died or not. Seeing that it had ended this way, Draco breathed a sigh that sent Natsum back a few steps. Resigned, he returned to his human form as there was no point in continuing to bully an unconscious man. And from the level that the man had, he was not going to give much experience. Not long after, Cookie lost consciousness and collapsed. Draco grabbed him before he could hit the ground. He revived to such an extent. How amusing. Valina, same Jima Coin is? The independent avatar type sacred gear. It seems it applied life-saving treatment for the sake of protecting its master. The bleeding has stopped. Well, that's not to say the lost blood won't need to be replenished. The bleeding has stopped, even though there's an open wound in his chest. Yeah, look at his back. The white cat's tail has plugged it. The fiend is mending the body of its master. Just as Valina had said, the fatal wound that reached from his front to his back had been plugged by Byakus's tail. Indeed, the tail had dissolved and been assimilated into Sanjima. Valina continued speaking. Originally, the sacred gear was something generated by the body. Thus, it's not surprising that the body of the independent avatar type is compatible with the master. While Draco was supporting Sanjima, Valina generated a magic square at his feet. This skillful silver-haired youth had even learned to use magic. I am now opening a transference magic square, which will transfer Sanjima to the Gregori Research Institute. If it's there, I expect he can be saved from this wound. Sanjima and Byakusa, who transformed into a large beast, followed by the captured Duman Kazuhisa, were transferred to the Institute of the Governor General's organization by Valina. Presumably, the latest classmate transformed into an Utsasimi, Mayada Nobushige, utilizing the magic square, had vanished without a trace. However, the young girl-type Utsasimi he had been employing, after seemingly losing its power, it dissolved into a syrup. For the sake of investigating this massive syrup, Valina had filled a small vial with it and transferred it through the magic square. Then, Valina spoke to Natsum and Draco about the present state of affairs. Upon hearing that, Natsum was very much astonished and Draco very angry. The 5 principal clans are moving. Valina nodded to Natsum's words. Yeah, everything regarding the location chosen for the Utsasimi Agency's hidden facility was leaked to their side. It seems a large number of purge agents will be heading there sooner or later. Then, Valina, the task you received from the Governor General, was that to inform the 5 principal clans of the believed location of their hideout? The youth nodded in response to Draco's inquiry. Azazel is always like that. He uses me for nothing more than an errand brat. Really, doesn't he consider how valuable in existence I am? Valina slouched while grumbling. Azazel, what are you thinking? It was incomprehensible. Why was this information from the Governor General not passed on to them themselves instead? Additionally, why leak this information to the 5 principal clans at this time? He is pressuring us. Draco, he wants us to finish this as soon as possible. We know what the 5 principal clans are going to do if reach first the secret base of the Utsasimi Agency, and Azazel knows that we don't want that to happen. He is forcing us to work fast. But why? That's the question, and I don't know the answer. Valina, lead me to that place. You know where is it, don't you? She nodded and then looked at Natsum, who was thinking. Now, I intend to head out at this point. How about you, Managawa Natsum? Where to? To Natsum's inquiry, the silver-haired youth spoke with complete joy. That dog's location. It appears that they were taken to the hideout of the Utsasimi Agency. We will retrieve them before the agents from the 5 principal families had a chance to reach their stronghold. That's my new mission. Are you coming? Natsum, nodding her head, accompanied Valina and Draco together with the transformed griffin. Managua and Natsum, together with Valina and Draco, had arrived at the Utsasimi Agency's base, and some time had passed since they had entered and begun progressing through the facility. An alarm was sounding throughout the facility's interior. Since the 5 principal clans, having received Valina's leak, had released their agents, they were sending those with whom Natsum was acquainted, the relatives of the fellow classmates who had been retrieved from the cultivation tanks, one by one through the magic square of transportation. Draco seemed to sense something, so he said, "I'm going ahead, just do your job," and he left as fast as lightning. Immediately upon invading this base, they had tied up one of the agency members, and he had spilt the beans about this location. Having arrived, they had already shut down the equipment in this room, so all that was left was to retrieve them. Natsum had Griffin release a sudden gust, swiftly destroying all of the cultivation tanks. It was a good arrangement. Seeing this scene, Valina said only that much with a fearless smile. With the destruction of the equipment in this room, it was likely that someone was already aware of this. Natsum then began to pick up and move her fellow classmates who had collapsed in the passageway into the center of the magic circle Valina had drawn for their relatives, which would send them to the Gregori Institute. There were still some Utsasimi monsters squirming within the facility, but with the gigantic beast that was the transformed griffin as an opponent, the fiend that had transformed from a falcon, employing a sudden gust amidst them all. As for the relatives of her fellow classmates that had been put in the cultivation tanks, they had finished transporting all of them to the Gregori Institute. The fellow classmates who had lost their Utsasimi were also made to jump through the magic square. Valina, are you able to search for presences or something? Are there classmates here and there that you haven't sent already? Natsum asked. Valina was closing her eyes, sharpening her senses to detect any sign. There aren't. At that report, Natsum decided to resign herself. It was okay to take their time. It was okay if they came across the 5 principal clans' agents. They had saved everyone. They had rescued all of the fellow classmates. Thinking about that while wearing a seemingly surprised expression, she abruptly put on a frightening smile. I guess this is also fine. Valina, having become excited, controlled her breathing before speaking to Natsum. All that's left is to pick up him. Head for the surface, Managua and Natsum. The hound, accused Tobio, is there. It seems that Big Brother is also there. But I also want to rescue everyone. Anticipating this feeling, Valina shook her head. Rather than the Utsasimi pupils, if you cannot suppress the hound up above, you realize that you may not have a second chance to return, don't you? Valina said so. Simultaneously, Natsum was left at a loss for words by the phenomenon that was occurring within the room. From every location, warped blades began sprouting up. This was familiar. It was only natural, since they resembled the warped blades that the puppy accused Tobio possessed, Jean, had released. It should be that those would sprout from an object's shadow. However, this was different. An inexhaustible supply was sprouting from all over. From the ceiling, the floor, the walls, the various types of equipment. It didn't seem like it was limited to this room either. In all likelihood, the entire base had sprouted warped blades. Seeing this phenomenon, Natsum instinctively understood the true meaning of Valina's words. I understand. I'll go to the place where accused Cohen is first. Announcing this, Natsum ran off, entrusting this place behind her to Valley. Running through the passageway, she proceeded to take the emergency stairwell straight up. From every spot in the stairwell, blades were appearing one after another. She steadily ran upwards, climbing up the first stairway in one go and exiting into a passageway. Up ahead, she confirmed a large double door. Having run until she was before this door, the instant Natsum touched the door, she experienced a feeling as though the pores all over her body had opened. For an instant, her entire body had trembled. Whatever was inside was causing her to feel uneasy. Even though she had erased her presence and was accompanied by the large build of Griffin, it was causing her whole body to tremble. Gulping down her saliva, Natsum entered and looked around. It was an abnormal world of blades. From throughout the entire room's interior, every object had countless blades sprouting from it. There were some which were straight, some which were curves, even some that were zigzagged in shape. Floating in this immense darkness, there was a bright light. There was a figure who was illuminated by this bright light, that of a middle-aged man wielding a shikuju with a gigantic lion beside him. And then, giving off an ominous jet-black aura, were a pair of beasts. One was a large black dog. Although there weren't any blades growing from his body, the face was that of Jean. Were that puppy to have grown up well, its appearance would likely be something like this. Now the other one, while possessing a dog's form, it was a humanoid monster. It had a protruding mouth like that of a dog, and its ears stood up like pins. From its mouth, its bared sharp fangs could be seen. The arm resembled that of a human, but it had sprouted razor-sharp claws. Its legs were identical to those of a dog, only it was standing on 2 legs. From its back grew 6 tails. There was also another figure, the one of Draco. He was calm, observing the situation, and clearly amused by the 2 figures of darkness. The reason I leave Valina and Natsum was that I felt that 2 big battles were taking place. The first had the aura of Lavinia and someone else. 2 opposing powers were colliding, fire and ice. There was no doubt that the powerful ice aura came from Lavinia, and her sacred gear absolute demise, eternalized princess. But it was unknown to me to whom the fire aura belonged. In terms of power, it didn't seem to be inferior to Lavinia's. This makes my deductions revolve around another Longinus, Incinerate Anthem. And it makes all the sense in the world since I know the witches are involved. I don't know if Walburga, the user of Incinerate Anthem in the light novels, is the current user of Longinus. This is because Incinerate Anthem is a bit of a special Longinus, as a human is not born with it. Unlike other sacred gears, Incinerate Anthem can be transferred to another user of its own, well, even if the current user hasn't died yet. I received the answer soon when I arrived at the place where Lavinia was fighting. Next to Lavinia, there was an ice doll about 10 feet tall. The doll had a dress the same color as ice, a crystal blue, and 4 arms. Her face had no nose or mouth, but she did have 6 eyes on the left side of her face, while she had what looked like rose thorns on the right side. In front of Lavinia was her opponent. She was an old witch who seemed to be over 60 years old, next to a huge cross of purple flame. As I thought, Lavinia's opponent was the user of Incinerate Anthem. The only problem I see is that I don't recognize the old witch. To my surprise, there's another aura I haven't felt before. Perhaps it is because her aura was overlaid by the 2 great auras of Absolute Demise and Incinerate Anthem, but she had let the little girl in the Gothic Lolita dress pass. She didn't seem to be older than Valina. I recognized her at once. She is the future leader of Hexenact, Walburga. Walburga seemed to be enjoying the battle, but was staying out of it. Probably because she knew that she was not going to contribute anything to the fight between the 2 Longinus users. The fight itself was very evenly matched, so even that I could say for sure that neither of them had the slightest advantage over the other. Do you need help, Lavinia? So, just like that, get in the middle of a fight between 2 rivals destined to fight since their sacred gears are completely opposite poles. Moreover, I could feel the hostility Lavinia directed towards the witch to the point where it could be considered hate. Dear, you have to go upstairs and help Tobio. He's very hurt and has gone off alone to fight the leader of the Utsasimi agency. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Seeing how determined Lavinia was, I could only nod and be on my way. Of course, others had no plans to let me go so easily. Walburga, don't let that boy go on. Yes, Ashisama, I'll gladly engage this handsome man in a fight, Kyun. With a wide smile, Walburga blocks the road leading to Tobio. Oni-sama, are you going to fight this cute Walburga? Walburga wants to fight Oni-sama. You know, you are very handsome. Walburga seems like a very innocent child, but there's no way I can ignore that little bloodlust she's giving off. She's not lying when she says she wants to fight me. She really wants to kill me. I'm sorry, little girl, but I have things to do. I don't want to waste time with a girl like her, so I just go ahead and ignore her. To my surprise, Walburga smiles as she recites a few words. Magic circles appear simultaneously, and magic attacks are quickly fired in my direction. It's amazing how fast the Walburga can create magic circles. As I understand it, Lavinia is a very high-level magician who has a high speed when casting her attacks, which I have been able to verify in person. If they are low-level magic spells, it's no exaggeration to say that Lavinia can create dozens of them in a short space of time. She can probably reach 3 digits with enough training. This is quite impressive considering Lavinia is only 17 years old. Walburga, on the other hand, seems to be no more than 14 to 15 years old, and yet her casting speed is even faster than Lavinia's. Although it's all low-level magic, I can't ignore the fact that in the space of a few seconds she has created more than 10 magic spells. This would be problematic for anyone, but not for me. I mean, my skin is too hard for simple low-level magic spells to hurt me. This seems to surprise Walburga, although his reaction is a little strange. Her innocent smile just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and she keeps creating magic spells. I want to stop this, so I quickly get to Walburga's side and put a hand on her shoulder. At that moment, I let her feel my whole dragon aura, leaving her in a momentary shock. Leaving her on the ground, I continued on my way to where Tobio and Hanaza Himejima were. Third POV. When Draco left the room, Augusta, the witch who was fighting Lavinia, realized that her pupil was there and worried about her. She could be categorized as an evil witch and a million other negative adjectives, but she loved her disciple. As such, she was very worried when she saw her on the floor. "Walburga, are you all right?" Augusta shouted. She wanted to run to her disciple, but the fight with Lavinia prevented her from making any movement. As much as she hated it, the girl who possessed absolute demise was a powerful witch. A few moments later, Walburga moved again. The first thing the girl did was to take her hand to her lower belly, all the way into her panties, and then she took her hand out and smelled it. "Ashisama, Ashisama, I cummed. That handsome man made me cum. I think that I'm in love with him." Walburga's words full of happiness left both Augusta and Lavinia in shock, so they both stopped fighting for a few moments. Augusta recovered before Lavinia from the shock. She grabbed her disciple and disappeared from the scene. "Until next time, disciple of Glenda." Those were Augusta's last words before she left. "What do you know about my teacher?" Lavinia screamed, but it was too late. Augusta had already left the place next to Walburga. Draco's POV. By the time I got to Tobio, the kid was already pretty beat up. Both he and his sacred gear, Jean, were lying on the ground. Jean looked like he couldn't move for a long time. On the other side were Hanaza Himejima and what appeared to be Tishu, turned into Tsutsumi, next to a huge lion, the one that should be the monster of Tishu. It is not uncommon for Tobio to be defeated by the pair of these two, as Hanaza Himejima is a powerful man and the Tsutsumi is on a completely different level than the rest of Tsutsumi. "Thank you, so sorry, because I'm so weak. I got you involved in this. I'm so sorry." Tobio held Jean in an embrace, speaking his absolute thanks and apology. Himejima Hanaza spoke while shaking his head. "You said that I was crazy. That was deserved. Since taking my place here, a normal mind hasn't existed for me. But," accused Tobio, "you haven't changed your ominous blade here. Even omitting this state of affairs, it's not as bright as before. Since the time you were born inheriting the blood of the Himejima, you couldn't be able to live life the same as a normal human being." In contrast with Himejima Hanazu's sighing, Tobio complained while letting out sobs. "I merely wanted normalcy, and merely for recovering that life. Just to keep living with SAE and everyone, the students of that high school. Why would you people ruin that? For what? Myself, SAE, and even Jean here." Indeed, accused Tobio merely sought to reclaim that life he had lost. To spend time with SAE, with his fellow classmates at that high school, to simply live his life like that. The desire to be an ordinary high school student, it was simply an ordinarily commonplace desire. Someone stroked Tobio's cheek, wiping all the tears from his face. It was a surprise for everyone, including me, to see who it was that had done it. Coming to this place, all to take me back. SAE, as tears poured down her cheeks, was standing before Tobio. SAE stroked Jin's head as Tobio held him in his arms. From that head, a blade was still sprouting. She, while wearing a pleasant expression, announced to Tobio, "I'm truly sorry. Was it harsh?" SAE embraced Jin. The blade growing from his head, it pierced SE's chest. Obvious to everyone who saw it, the action left a fatal wound. Still embracing Jin, SAE lost all strength and laid down on the spot. Tobio embraced the collapsed SAE. While smiling, SAE gently brushed the cheek of the dumbfounded Tobio. "Don't cry, Tobio." Tobio took her hand and tried to call out her name, but at that moment his voice wouldn't come out. I was happy to meet you again." Still smiling, her hand slipped from Tobio's hand. "Well, this whole thing just went to hell. SAE Tishu killed herself?" Tobio was at a loss for words. He kept shaking his head from side to side, unable to accept this reality. Tobio had come to rescue her. This girl named Tishu SAE. For him who had lost his entire family, she was the only person important to him, the one he most wished to save. While embracing her who was lying there, Tobio overcame his muteness. A totally normal reaction from someone who has just lost the most loved person in his life. The only person close to him who was still alive. I'm still in shock. What if it wasn't Tobio, and it was me in that position? What if the person on the verge of death isn't S, but Kuroka or Chiron, or even Mordred or Tiamat? Could I bear it? Could my mind withstand such a mental attack? Or maybe I would break, like Tobio is breaking right now. Everything he had wished for having been severed, Tobio, tormented by despair, wailed. Meanwhile, something began to glow in Hanazu Himajima's jacket pocket. It was a wooden box which the man opened. Inside it was a small glass that was glowing. Suddenly a voice was emitted from the crystal. The fact that this seal has been undone is unfortunate, but it is apparent that someone is abusing Tobio's power, or else it seems that supernatural malicious intent has been inflicted upon that child. This voice, if I'm not mistaken, must belong to Tobio's grandmother. The crystal is a recording of accused Tobio's grandmother, a Giordano's voice. This was what Himajima Hanazu determined. The voice of his grandmother continued to be emitted from the crystal, speaking to those who came into contact with Tobio while possessing evil intent. I who have great compassion for that child have raised him to be a gentle child. At any rate, that child, from the time of his birth, he has possessed the merely an imitation God's forbidden technique. Wait, she's saying Tobio was born with his balance breaker active. This is crazy. The words of his grandmother's voice from the crystal were truly terrifying. I am informing those who have approached that child possessing malicious intent. Having done this, since you have inflicted that child with malicious intentions, it might be nice if you were to thoroughly taste the God-slaying blade with your own body. Even your souls will be completely hewn apart. The voice of the crystal continued speaking even more. This time it made a simple appeal to Tobio. Tobio, I'm sorry. It must be harsh. It must be frightening. I ask that you please forgive me for not previously conveying the truth to you. Nevertheless, Tobio, by now it's okay, right? By now, there's no need to be afraid anymore. There's no need to cry anymore. Sing. Even if you had forgotten, by now, you should have recalled it. Therefore sing. The forbidden song of the god Blade Dog. At last, Tobio began to speak. Behowless the slaying of 1,000 mortals. Tobio and Jin were each enveloped by a black haze. This gradually spread, filling up the outlook room. Bessing is the slaying of 10,000 goblins. My name, which 'tis immersed in deepest darkness. 'Tis the imitation god traversing the polar night. Tobio immediately stood up. Jin, who had been completely exhausted, a black shadow spread from his feet. No, he was submerged within the darkness. O ye, perishest by mine own black blade. Tobio's whole body was covered by the black haze, which was clinging to his body, and was being absorbed. His form transforming little by little, no longer the form of a human. He had become something that differed from a human being. More and more darkness was expelled outwards from Tobio in massive quantities, forming his new appearance. Having forelegs, hind legs, and possessing a tail, it opened its mouth that had become massive. As for what appeared alongside that, there was also something like an enormous dog that possessed jet black fur. No, it was a hound. Fool's ye art, deformed creator gods. As Tobio spoke this final stanza, the jet black hound let loose a penetrating howl. Oh! There was an enormous hound breathing out darkness. Amazing! Those are the only words that come out of my mouth as I watch what Tobio has become. This is the balance breaker of one of the 13 Longinus, a power that can kill a god. Canis Lycaon, Night Celestial / Dogs. But before Tobio could do anything, another presence entered the room. Natsum Managawa. What's Natsum doing here? Well, no matter what the reason, she's in danger now. Tobio is currently a beast in berserker mode, and he's going to attack both allies and enemies indiscriminately. Draco Quinn? Natsum asks when she sees me standing in front of her. Oh, you must be the man Kazuhisa told me about, the boy with the bow. And you, Managawa Natsum, aren't you? Fufufu. How nice of you to come. Nice to meet you. I'm Hanazo Himejima. I presume you've heard this name before, right? Floating in the surroundings were several ritual implements, tako, which were facing towards the black beasts. These ritual implements possessing supernatural power. They moved freely through the air as they attacked the black beasts. Kill, 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 kill. And he's saying kiru equals kill over and over using different kanji, hiragana, and katakana. From the mouth of the humanoid black beast, something like a curse was being spat out. Hearing it made one's mind feel odd. Such was the power possessed by the resentment in this voice. The tako Himejima Hanazu is fired. They all failed to score a direct hit. From the ceiling, floor, and walls the numerous blades extended, resulting in all of the tako being chopped apart. At this result, Himejima Hanazu was anything but astonished. He was in ecstasy. Already my tako have been seen through her. Observe. He pointed in the direction of a windowed wall. In all likelihood, this was an outlook room which had been made for the purpose of observing the scenery outside. That scenery had been repainted in black. The entire visible scenery had become a world of mountains engulfed by blackness. Even the scenery of the sky had been dyed black, wrapping the entire region in jet blackness. Tobio's power had caused all the sunlight to hide, creating a world of eternal darkness. As I watched, from here and there throughout the mountain forests, gigantic distorted blades were springing up successively. The entirety of the surrounding was being buried by the force of these bizarre blade-like objects. After releasing a brave roar, the black lion sank into the shadows that had extended beneath its feet. Once the lion was within its shadow, the shadows scattered and began shooting around the room. As each of them crawled along seemingly with an independent will, Tobio merely watched patiently. Thereupon, raising both arms up high, he immediately swung them down. Instantly, within the room, countless huge blades sprung from the floor, piercing through to the ceiling. Some of the blades had captured the black shadow, and the captured shadow was once again forming the form of a lion. The lion had been skewered by the blades, but by violently shaking its huge body, it forcibly destroyed the blades. With the lion having been released, it raced across the floor at high speed, closing the distance to Tobio, but Tobio also vanished in an instant, and without a sound, the battle commenced. This battle is not a battle in which I can interfere in human form. Not for the lion, who barely had a power that put him at the top of a high-class devil, but for Tobio himself. Tobio's power today, while not being well utilized because he was acting in a frenzy, was very similar to the power I have in my dragon form. Of course, this is not counting the use of Senjutsu in my true form. As the two black beasts were battling, there was also a black hound left behind, Jean, who was steadily walking around the room, his red eyes shining mysteriously. With a Zun, a single large thick blade appeared from behind Jean. The black lion was pierced by this. Jean, having sensed the lion's movements, had followed up for Tobio. Tobio revealed his form as he approached the lion head-on. While in that pierced condition, the lion breathed out flames at the approaching Tobio, but without any hesitation at all, and without evading, facing straight forward, stabbed into the blaze with both of his sharp hands. He kept stabbing with both hands until they reached the source of the flames it was breathing out of its mouth. Kill, 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 kill. Releasing a shriek of deeply held resentment, Tobio slipped his hands into its mouth, and in one forcibly spread them apart. The lion, its body ripped right in half, tumbled to the floor. With the apparent death to its body, the lion melted away into the darkness. Tobio and Jean had destroyed the lion. As for the next objective, it appeared to be Himejima Hanazu. However, there was a third party that appeared at that moment. It was a silver-haired youth, Valina. Upon seeing this scenery, Valina's whole body began trembling as she smiled with ecstasy. Despite visually confirming Managawa Natsum, he hasn't returned to normal. Azazel, isn't this different than what you said? What was that about? A cute dog comparable to a heavenly dragon. This is that monster is... Putting aside the youth's trembling voice, another familiar voice was heard reverberating throughout the room, repainting the surrounding landscape on top of changing into a black beast. Huh? Jeez, that I would happen to meet a Longinus with such a shady history. The plush dragon on Vala's shoulder, its mouth was moving on its own, and the voice of the Governor General was coming from it. The Governor General addressed Himejima Hanazu. Yo, Chief Engineer Dono. Gregori, huh? Himejima Hanazu immediately guessed as to the identity of the voice he was hearing. How about it? His power is quite irregular. The tone of the Governor General's voice was cynical. This is that dog, isn't it? The one incarnation that overthrows gods. It must be the dog of the Black Blade. Ah, that's it. That's the correct understanding. His Black Blade is the one said to cut even God. However, in any case, I hear that boy was born naturally being able to express the sacred gear. Isn't that something particularly rare? The case of one being naturally born with that. The Governor General continued Himejima Hanazu's words. Ah, that's right. Accused Tobio was one who was naturally born that way. That such a thing was possible. Contrary to Himejima Hanazu, who was smiling fearlessly, Valina narrowed her eyes, saying, it's not such an irregular thing. The Governor General continued. Accused Tobio's grandmother placed a seal on her grandchild, who was naturally born, possessing the power to break the balance of the world. You guys came casually into contact with that in such a reckless and rude manner. You wanted to see it, didn't you? Abandoning everything for the sake of seeing this form, right? That comes at a price. It's nice to have a chance to enjoy being able to freely watch you getting sliced apart. Hearing that, Himejima Hanazu sneered. Kakuku, it's fine whether it's the case of the lightning or if it's this case. The bloodline of the Himejima is being cursed. Aji, uncle. That sneer, it was a level of ugliness that he hadn't shown until now. However, he put on a satisfied smile. Himejima Hanazu took one step forward. His expression was one of satisfaction. It should be possible for you with one of those ominous blades. He took one step towards Tobio, then one more. Again he launched the taco, and again they were completely shut down. He also attacked with the shikuju in his hands, but a blade was produced from the shadow beneath Jin's feet, cutting off both of his arms. Despite losing his arms, Himejima Hanazu again drew closer. Tobio calmly swiped horizontally with his arm. Approaching until he was right before his eyes, Himejima Hanazu spoke. The 5 principal clans, the Himejima, destroy them. Announcing that, Himejima Hanazu's head went flying in an arc after being severed from his body by a blade protruding from the floor. The Black Lion, Himejima Hanazu, both have been defeated by Tobio and Jean. Natsum, Valina, and I have been watching this happen. Well, how about it? Has it been boring for you having yet to encounter the Red One, Valina? While saying that, the figure of a man was revealed at that point, a beard growing from his chin. The suit he was wearing was very disorderly, giving him a very tough impression. It's just your imagination, Governor General. No, Azazel. I mean, for you to have come here expressly, particularly since you can simply transmit your voice through this dragon. Grinning, the man called Governor General gently brushed Valina's head. Nice to meet you, Managawa Natsum. I am Azazel, the Governor General. And it's good always to see you, Draco. Azazel, I'm just a little bit late, Natsum Dr. Lavinia. The two of them, Lavinia and Natsum, having exchanged a brief reunion greeting, Lavinia spoke to Azazel. That you would show your honorable face is quite a big deal, Governor General Azazel. While saying this, she looked over at the completely transformed Tobio. I see, this is what the big deal is. Having merely just seen it, Lavinia seemed to understand what had happened. Azazel then asked, Lavinia, did those guys escape? Lavinia sighed. I feel very regretful. No, from the beginning, I had understood that they would be extremely troublesome. Shrugging his shoulders, Azazel set his sights on Tobio, and then he looked at me. Draco, would you help us this time? We have already finished our deal, Azazel. I'm no longer in debt with you. It seemed that he was waiting for this answer, and he just took a little sigh and turned to Valina and Lavinia. Now then, Lavinia, Valina, let's stop that. Lend me your power. Azazel took one step forward, and Valina began following right behind him. Good grief, I'm always being asked to clean up afterwards. How long do I have to put up with this cruelty? Lavinia also took off her worn-out hat and began advancing towards Tobio. Toby, please come and return to us. Have we conversed enough? The three of them selected a fixed distance. Glowing wings grew from Vala's back. A magic circle filled with powerful magic formed beneath Lavinia's feet, and simultaneously she summoned the Ice Princess to appear beside her. As cold air began to circulate within the room, Azazel, who was leading, had 12 black wings appear from his back with a kasa-kasa sound. Lavinia spread her arms, and the princess simultaneously did the same. The room was instantly frozen. Even the countless blades that were sprouting up had been frozen over Lavinia's world of ice. Tobio and Jean had also been encased in ice. However, the ice engulfing them immediately began to crack. Accused Bachan. You had used Buddhist magic to manage it. From his breast pocket, Azazel produced something similar to a sutra, religious text. While tying a token to his hand, he opened the sutra. The sutra started glowing, with multiple characters floating up into the air. These floating characters, they surrounded Tobio and Jean while lacing with power. The characters became a single, long chain that bound Tobio and Jean. The encasement in ice, together with the characters from the sutra, were restraining Tobio and Jean. Valina, steal his power now. Hearing Azazel's order, Valina quickly flapped her light wings and closed in on Tobio and Jean, touching each of them once. The silver-haired youth snapped her fingers while floating in the air. Divide. A powerful voice reverberated within the room, and even Natsum noticed that the power surrounding Tobio had immediately been reduced. Furthermore, when the voice said, divide, there was a light released from Vala's light wings in concert with it. Gradually, Tobio and Jean were losing power. As they watched, the darkness outside was steadily clearing, and the gigantic blades were beginning to crack. After a short while, Tobio dropped to his knees on the spot, and simultaneously with the cleansing of the dark regions, the countless blades crumbled and dissolved. The dark clothes that had been covering Tobio had come off, and his true appearance began to become visible. Jean was also losing strength, having bent down on the spot. Due to the teamwork of Azazel, Vale, and Lavinia, Tobio was beginning to wake with the total conclusion of the supernatural phenomenon, and the room's interior was also returning to how it was originally. Visible through the glass wall was the splendid mountain forest scenery that was spread out before them. Confirming all of this, Azazel sighed. Phew, with this one task has been completed, huh? The Haimajima follows Shintoism, yet she was familiar with this sort of sealing technique. For that, she was banished, accused grandmother. Leaving behind Azazel, who was muttering such words, Natsum rushed towards Tobio, who had returned to normal. Accused, Natsum confirmed that the fallen Tobio was breathing. Was still breathing. I placed a hand on Natsum's shoulder. Everyone, they're all safe. Now, let's return Natsum. Natsum, wiping her overflowing tears away with her arm, nodded. The reason I leave Valina and Natsum was that I felt that two big battles were taking place. The first had the aura of Lavinia and someone else. Two opposing powers were colliding, fire and ice. There was no doubt that the powerful ice aura came from Lavinia, and her sacred gear absolute demise, eternalized princess. But it was unknown to me to whom the fire aura belonged. In terms of power, it didn't seem to be inferior to Lavinia's. This makes my deductions revolve around another Longinus, Incinerate Anthem. And it makes all the sense in the world since I know the witches are involved. I don't know if Walburga, the user of Incinerate Anthem in the light novels, is the current user of Longinus. This is because Incinerate Anthem is a bit of a special Longinus, as a human is not born with it. Unlike other sacred gears, Incinerate Anthem can be transferred to another user of its own, well, even if the current user hasn't died yet. I received the answer soon when I arrived at the place where Lavinia was fighting. Next to Lavinia, there was an ice doll about 10 feet tall. The doll had a dress the same color as ice, a crystal blue, and 4 arms. Her face had no nose or mouth, but she did have 6 eyes on the left side of her face, while she had what looked like rose thorns on the right side. In front of Lavinia was her opponent. She was an old witch who seemed to be over 60 years old, next to a huge cross of purple flame. As I thought, Lavinia's opponent was the user of Incinerate Anthem. The only problem I see is that I don't recognize the old witch. To my surprise, there's another aura I haven't felt before. Perhaps it is because her aura was overlaid by the 2 great auras of Absolute Demise and Incinerate Anthem, but she had let the little girl in the Gothic Lolita dress pass. She didn't seem to be older than Valina. I recognized her at once. She is the future leader of Hexenact, Walburga. Walburga seemed to be enjoying the battle, but was staying out of it. Probably because she knew that she was not going to contribute anything to the fight between the 2 Longinus users. The fight itself was very evenly matched, so even that I could say for sure that neither of them had the slightest advantage over the other. Do you need help, Lavinia? So, just like that. Get in the middle of a fight between 2 rivals destined to fight since their sacred gears are completely opposite poles. Moreover, I could feel the hostility Lavinia directed towards the witch, to the point where it could be considered hate. Diarik, you have to go upstairs and help Tobio. He's very hurt and has gone off alone to fight the leader of the Utsasimi agency. Don't worry about me, I can handle it. Seeing how determined Lavinia was, I could only nod and be on my way. Of course, others had no plans to let me go so easily. Walburga, don't let that boy go on. Yes, Ashisama, I'll gladly engage this handsome man in a fight, Kyun. With a wide smile, Walburga blocks the road leading to Tobio. Oni-sama, are you going to fight this cute Walburga? Walburga wants to fight Oni-sama. You know, you are very handsome. Walburga seems like a very innocent child, but there's no way I can ignore that little bloodlust she's giving off. She's not lying when she says she wants to fight me. She really wants to kill me. I'm sorry, little girl, but I have things to do. I don't want to waste time with a girl like her, so I just go ahead and ignore her. To my surprise, Walburga smiles as she recites a few words. Magic circles appear simultaneously, and magic attacks are quickly fired in my direction. It's amazing how fast the Walburga can create magic circles. As I understand it, Lavinia is a very high-level magician who has a high speed when casting her attacks, which I have been able to verify in person. If they are low-level magic spells, it's no exaggeration to say that Lavinia can create dozens of them in a short space of time. She can probably reach 3 digits with enough training. This is quite impressive considering Lavinia is only 17 years old. Walburga, on the other hand, seems to be no more than 14 to 15 years old, and yet her casting speed is even faster than Lavinia's. Although it's all low-level magic, I can't ignore the fact that in the space of a few seconds she has created more than 10 magic spells. This would be problematic for anyone, but not for me. I mean, my skin is too hard for simple low-level magic spells to hurt me. This seems to surprise Walburga, although his reaction is a little strange. Her innocent smile just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and she keeps creating magic spells. I want to stop this, so I quickly get to Walburga's side and put a hand on her shoulder. At that moment, I let her feel my whole dragon aura, leaving her in a momentary shock. Leaving her on the ground, I continued on my way to where Tobio and Hanazu Himejima were. Third POV. When Draco left the room, Augusta, the witch who was fighting Lavinia, realized that her pupil was there and worried about her. She could be categorized as an evil witch and a million other negative adjectives, but she loved her disciple. As such, she was very worried when she saw her on the floor. "Walburga, are you all right?" Augusta shouted. She wanted to run to her disciple, but the fight with Lavinia prevented her from making any movement. As much as she hated it, the girl who possessed absolute demise was a powerful witch. A few moments later, Walburga moved again. The first thing the girl did was to take her hand to her lower belly, all the way into her panties, and then she took her hand out and smelled it. Ashisama, Ashisama, I cummed. That handsome man made me come. I think that I'm in love with him. Walburga's words full of happiness left both Augusta and Lavinia in shock, so they both stopped fighting for a few moments. Augusta recovered before Lavinia from the shock. She grabbed her disciple and disappeared from the scene. Until next time, disciple of Glenda. Those were Augusta's last words before she left. "What do you know about my teacher?" Lavinia screamed, but it was too late. Augusta had already left the place next to Walburga. Draco's POV. By the time I got to Tobio, the kid was already pretty beat up. Both he and his sacred gear, Jean, were lying on the ground. Jean looked like he couldn't move for a long time. On the other side were Hanazu Himejima and what appeared to be Tishu, turned into Utsasimi, next to a huge lion, the one that should be the monster of Se Tishu. It is not uncommon for Tobio to be defeated by the pair of these two, as Hanazu Himejima is a powerful man, and the Se Utsasimi is on a completely different level than the rest of Utsasimi. "Thank you, sorry, so sorry. Because I'm so weak, I got you involved in this. I'm so sorry." Tobio held Jean in an embrace, speaking his absolute thanks and apology. Himejima Hanazu spoke while shaking his head. "You said that I was crazy. That was deserved. Since taking my place here, a normal mind hasn't existed for me." "But," accused Tobio, "you haven't changed your ominous blade here. Even omitting this state of affairs, it's not as bright as before. Since the time you were born inheriting the blood of the Himejima, you couldn't be able to live life the same as a normal human being." In contrast with Himejima Hanazu's sighing, Tobio complained while letting out sobs. "I merely wanted normalcy, and merely for recovering that life. Just to keep living with SCE and everyone, the students of that high school. Why would you people ruin that? For what? Myself, see, and even Jean here." Indeed, accused Tobio merely sought to reclaim that life he had lost. To spend time with SAE, with his fellow classmates at that high school, to simply live his life like that. The desire to be an ordinary high school student, it was simply an ordinarily commonplace desire. Someone stroked Tobio's cheek, wiping all the tears from his face. It was a surprise for everyone, including me, to see who it was that had done it. Coming to this place, all to take me back. SAE, as tears poured down her cheeks, was standing before Tobio. SAE stroked Jin's head as Tobio held him in his arms. From that head, a blade was still sprouting. She, while wearing a pleasant expression, announced to Tobio, "I'm truly sorry. Was it harsh?" SAE embraced Jin. The blade growing from his head, it pierced Essie's chest. Obvious to everyone who saw it, the action left a fatal wound. Still embracing Jean, SAE lost all strength and laid down on the spot. Tobio embraced the collapsed SAE, while smiling. Gently brushed the cheek of the dumbfounded Tobio. "Don't cry, Tobio." Tobio took her hand and tried to call out her name, but at that moment his voice wouldn't come out. I was happy to meet you again." Still smiling, her hand slipped from Tobio's hand. "Well, this whole thing just went to hell. SAE Tishu killed herself?" Tobio was at a loss for words. He kept shaking his head from side to side, unable to accept this reality. Tobio had come to rescue her. This girl named Tishu SAE. For him who had lost his entire family, she was the only person important to him. the one he most wished to save. While embracing her who was lying there, Tobio overcame his muteness. Hey, hey. A totally normal reaction from someone who has just lost the most loved person in his life. The only person close to him who was still alive. I'm still in shock. What if it wasn't Tobio, and it was me in that position? What if the person on the verge of death isn't Essie, but Kuroka or Chiron, or even Mordred or Tiamat? Could I bear it? Could my mind withstand such a mental attack? Or maybe I would break, like Tobio is breaking right now. Everything he had wished for having been severed, Tobio, tormented by despair, wailed. Meanwhile, something began to glow in Hanazu Himajima's jacket pocket. It was a wooden box which the man opened. Inside it was a small glass that was glowing. Suddenly a voice was emitted from the crystal. The fact that this seal has been undone is unfortunate, but it is apparent that someone is abusing Tobio's power, or else it seems that supernatural malicious intent has been inflicted upon that child. This voice, if I'm not mistaken, must belong to Tobio's grandmother. The crystal is a recording of accused Tobio's grandmother, a Jihadano's voice. This was what Himajima Hanaza determined. The voice of his grandmother continued to be emitted from the crystal, speaking to those who came into contact with Tobio while possessing evil intent. I who have great compassion for that child have raised him to be a gentle child. At any rate, that child, from the time of his birth, he has possessed the merely an imitation God's forbidden technique. Wait, she's saying Tobio was born with his balance breaker active. This is crazy. The words of his grandmother's voice from the crystal were truly terrifying. I am informing those who have approached that child possessing malicious intent. Having done this, since you have inflicted that child with malicious intentions, it might be nice if you were to thoroughly taste the God-slaying blade with your own body. Even your souls will be completely hewn apart. The voice of the crystal continued speaking even more. This time it made a simple appeal to Tobio. Tobio, I'm sorry. It must be harsh. It must be frightening. I ask that you please forgive me for not previously conveying the truth to you. Nevertheless, Tobio, by now it's okay, right? By now, there's no need to be afraid anymore. There's no need to cry anymore. Sing. Even if you had forgotten, by now, you should have recalled it. Therefore, sing. The forbidden song of the god Blade Dog. At last, Tobio began to speak. Behalus the slaying of 1,000 mortals. Tobio and Jean were each enveloped by a black haze. This gradually spread, filling up the outlook room. Bessing is the slaying of 10,000 goblins. My name, which 'tis immersed in deepest darkness. 'Tis the imitation god traversing the polar night. Tobio immediately stood up. Jean, who had been completely exhausted. A black shadow spread from his feet. No, he was submerged within the darkness. O ye, perishes by mine own black blade. Tobio's whole body was covered by the black haze, which was clinging to his body and was being absorbed. His form transforming little by little, no longer the form of a human. He had become something that differed from a human being. More and more darkness was expelled outwards from Tobio in massive quantities, forming his new appearance. Having forelegs, hind legs, and possessing a tail, it opened its mouth that had become massive. As for what appeared alongside that, there was also something like an enormous dog that possessed jet black fur. No, it was a hound. Fools ye art, deformed creator gods. As Tobio spoke this final stanza, the jet black hound let loose a penetrating howl. Oh! There was an enormous hound breathing out darkness. Amazing! Those are the only words that come out of my mouth as I watch what Tobio has become. This is the balance breaker of one of the 13 Longinus, a power that can kill a god. Canis Lycaean, night celestial/dogs. But before Tobio could do anything, another presence entered the room. Natsum Managawa. What's Natsum doing here? Well, no matter what the reason, she's in danger now. Tobio is currently a beast in berserker mode, and he's going to attack both allies and enemies indiscriminately. Draco-kun? Natsum asks when she sees me standing in front of her. Oh, You must be the man Kazuhisa told me about, the boy with the bow. And you, Managwa Natsum, aren't you? Fufufu, how nice of you to come. Nice to meet you. I'm Hanazo Himejima. I presume you've heard this name before, right? Floating in the surroundings were several ritual implements, tako, which were facing towards the black beasts. These ritual implements possessing supernatural power. They moved freely through the air as they attacked the black beasts. Kill, 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 kill. And he's saying Kiru equals kill over and over using different kanji, hiragana, and katakana. From the mouth of the humanoid black beast, something like a curse was being spat out. Hearing it made one's mind feel odd. Such was the power possessed by the resentment in this voice. The tako Himejima Hanazu is fired. They all failed to score a direct hit. From the ceiling, floor, and walls the numerous blades extended, resulting in all of the tako being chopped apart. At this result, Himejima Hanazu was anything but astonished. He was in ecstasy. Already my tako have been seen through Ha. Observe. He pointed in the direction of a windowed wall. In all likelihood, this was an outlook room, which had been made for the purpose of observing the scenery outside. That scenery had been repainted in black. The entire visible scenery had become a world of mountains engulfed by blackness. Even the scenery of the sky had been dyed black, wrapping the entire region in jet blackness. Tobio's power had caused all the sunlight to hide, creating a world of eternal darkness. As I watched, from here and there throughout the mountain forests, gigantic distorted blades were springing up successively. The entirety of the surrounding was being buried by the force of these bizarre blade-like objects. After releasing a brave roar, the black lion sank into the shadows that had extended beneath its feet. Once the lion was within its shadow, the shadow scattered and began shooting around the room. As each of them crawled along seemingly with an independent will, Tobio merely watched patiently. Thereupon, raising both arms up high, he immediately swung them down. Instantly, within the room, countless huge blades sprung from the floor, piercing through to the ceiling. Some of the blades had captured the black shadow, and the captured shadow was once again forming the form of a lion. The lion had been skewered by the blades, but by violently shaking its huge body, it forcibly destroyed the blades. With the lion having been released, it raced across the floor at high speed, closing the distance to Tobio, but Tobio also vanished in an instant, and without a sound, the battle commenced. This battle is not a battle in which I can interfere in human form. Not for the lion, who barely had a power that put him at the top of a high-class devil, but for Tobio himself. Tobio's power today, while not being well utilized because he was acting in a frenzy, was very similar to the power I have in my dragon form. Of course, this is not counting the use of senjutsu in my true form. As the two black beasts were battling, there was also a black hound left behind, Jean, who was steadily walking around the room, his red eyes shining mysteriously. With a Z-Win, a single large thick blade appeared from behind Jean. The black lion was pierced by this. Jean, having sensed the lion's movements, had followed up for Tobio. Tobio revealed his form as he approached the lion head-on. While in that pierced condition, the lion breathed out flames at the approaching Tobio, but, without any hesitation at all, and without evading, facing straight forward, stabbed into the blaze with both of his sharp hands. He kept stabbing with both hands until they reached the source of the flames it was breathing out of its mouth. Kill, 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 kill. Releasing a shriek of deeply held resentment, Tobio slipped his hands into its mouth, and in one forcibly spread them apart. The lion, its body ripped right in half, tumbled to the floor. With the apparent death to its body, the lion melted away into the darkness. Tobio and Jean had destroyed the lion. As for the next objective, it appeared to be Himejima Hanazu. However, there was a third party that appeared at that moment. It was a silver-haired youth, Valina. Upon seeing this scenery, Valina's whole body began trembling as she smiled with ecstasy. Despite visually confirming Managawa Natsum, he hasn't returned to normal. Azazel, isn't this different than what you said? What was that about a cute dog comparable to a heavenly dragon? This is that monster is... Putting aside the youth's trembling voice, another familiar voice was heard reverberating throughout the room, repainting the surrounding landscape on top of changing into a black beast. Huh. Jeez. That I would happen to meet a Longinus with such a shady history. The plush dragon on Vala's shoulder, its mouth was moving on its own, and the voice of the Governor-General was coming from it. The Governor-General addressed Himejima Hanazu. Yo, Chief Engineer Dano. Gregori, huh? Himejima Hanazu immediately guessed as to the identity of the voice he was hearing. How about it? His power is quite irregular. The tone of the Governor-General's voice was cynical. This is that dog, isn't it? The one incarnation that overthrows gods. It must be the dog of the Black Blade. Ah, that's it. That's the correct understanding. His Black Blade is the one said to cut even God. However, in any case, I hear that boy was born naturally being able to express the sacred gear. Isn't that something particularly rare? The case of one being naturally born with that. The Governor-General continued Himejima Hanazu's words. Ah, that's right. Accused Tobio was one who was naturally born that way. That such a thing was possible. Contrary to Himejima Hanazu, who was smiling fearlessly, Valina narrowed her eyes, saying, "It's not such an irregular thing." The Governor-General continued. Accused Tobio's grandmother placed a seal on her grandchild, who was naturally born, possessing the power to break the balance of the world. You guys came casually into contact with that in such a reckless and rude manner. You wanted to see it, didn't you? Abandoning everything for the sake of seeing this form, right? That comes at a price. It's nice to have a chance to enjoy being able to freely watch you getting sliced apart. Hearing that, Himejima Hanazu sneered. Kakuku, it's fine whether it's the case of the lightning or if it's this case. The bloodline of the Himejima is being cursed, Aji, uncle. That sneer, it was a level of ugliness that he hadn't shown until now. However, he put on a satisfied smile. Himejima Hanazu took one step forward. His expression was one of satisfaction. It should be possible for you with one of those ominous blades. He took one step towards Tobio, then one more. Again, he launched the taco, and again they were completely shut down. He also attacked with the shikuju in his hands, but a blade was produced from the shadow beneath Jin's feet, cutting off both of his arms. Despite losing his arms, Himejima Hanazu again drew closer. Tobio calmly swiped horizontally with his arm. Approaching until he was right before his eyes, Himejima Hanazu spoke. The 5 principal clans, the Himejima, destroy them. Announcing that, Himejima Hanazu's head went flying in an arc after being severed from his body by a blade protruding from the floor. The Black Lion, Himejima Hanazu, both had been defeated by Tobio and Jin. Natsum, Valina, and I had been watching this happen. Well, how about it? Has it been boring for you having yet to encounter the Red One, Valina? While saying that, the figure of a man was revealed at that point, a beard growing from his chin. The suit he was wearing was very disorderly, giving him a very tough impression. It's just your imagination, Governor-General. No, Azazel. I mean, for you to have come here expressly, particularly since you can simply transmit your voice through this dragon. Grinning, the man called Governor-General gently brushed Valina's head. Nice to meet you, Managawa Natsum. I am Azazel, the Governor-General. And it's good always to see you, Draco. Azazel. I'm just a little bit late, Natsum, dearing. Lavinia. The two of them, Lavinia and Natsum, having exchanged a brief reunion greeting, Lavinia spoke to Azazel. That you would show your honorable face is quite a big deal, Governor-General Azazel. While saying this, she looked over at the completely transformed Tobio. I see, this is what the big deal is. Having merely just seen it, Lavinia seemed to understand what had happened. Azazel then asked, Lavinia, did those guys escape? Lavinia sighed. I feel very regretful. No, from the beginning, I had understood that they would be extremely troublesome. Shrugging his shoulders, Azazel set his sights on Tobio, and then he looked at me. Draco, would you help us this time? We have already finished our deal, Azazel. I'm no longer in debt with you. It seemed that he was waiting for this answer, and he just took a little sigh and turned to Valina and Lavinia. Now then, Lavinia, Valina, let's stop that. Lend me your power. Azazel took one step forward, and Valina began following right behind him. Good grief, I'm always being asked to clean up afterwards. How long do I have to put up with this cruelty? Lavinia also took off her worn-out hat and began advancing towards Tobio. Toby, please come and return to us. Have we conversed enough? The three of them selected a fixed distance. Glowing wings grew from Vala's back. A magic circle filled with powerful magic formed beneath Lavinia's feet, and simultaneously she summoned the Ice Princess to appear beside her. As cold air began to circulate within the room, Azazel, who was leading, had 12 black wings appear from his back with a kasa-kasa sound. Lavinia spread her arms, and the princess simultaneously did the same. The room was instantly frozen. Even the countless blades that were sprouting up had been frozen over Lavinia's world of ice. Tobio and Jean had also been encased in ice. However, the ice engulfing them immediately began to crack. Ikyuz Bachan. You had used Buddhist magic to manage it. From his breast pocket, Azazel produced something similar to a sutra religious text. While tying a token to his hand, he opened the sutra. The sutra started glowing, with multiple characters floating up into the air. These floating characters, they surrounded Tobio and Jean while lacing with power. The characters became a single, long chain that bound Tobio and Jean. The encasement in ice, together with the characters from the sutra, were restraining Tobio and Jean. Valina, steal his power now. Hearing Azazel's order, Valina quickly flapped her light wings and closed in on Tobio and Jean, touching each of them once. The silver-haired youth snapped her fingers while floating in the air. Divide. A powerful voice reverberated within the room, and even Natsum noticed that the power surrounding Tobio had immediately been reduced. Furthermore, when the voice said, divide, there was a light released from Vala's light wings in concert with it. Gradually, Tobio and Jean were losing power. As they watched, the darkness outside was steadily clearing, and the gigantic blades were beginning to crack. After a short while, Tobio dropped to his knees on the spot, and simultaneously with the cleansing of the dark regions, the countless blades crumbled and dissolved. The dark clothes that had been covering Tobio had come off, and his true appearance began to become visible. Jean was also losing strength, having bent down on the spot. Due to the teamwork of Azazel, Vale, and Lavinia, Tobio was beginning to wake with the total conclusion of the supernatural phenomenon, and the room's interior was also returning to how it was originally. Visible through the glass wall was the splendid mountain forest scenery that was spread out before them. Confirming all of this, Azazel sighed. Phew, with this one task has been completed. The Haimajima follows Shintoism, yet she was familiar with this sort of sealing technique. For that, she was banished, accused grandmother. Leaving behind Azazel, who was muttering such words, Natsum rushed towards Tobio, who had returned to normal. Natsum confirmed that the fallen Tobio was breathing. He was still breathing. I placed a hand on Natsum's shoulder. Everyone, they're all safe. Now let's return Natsum. Natsum, wiping her overflowing tears away with her arm, nodded. Once Tobio was defeated by the efforts of Lavinia, Valina, and Azazel, he fell unconscious. Good job, guys. You can say that this problem has been solved for the time being. Azazel sighed. Valina only nodded as she approached the young man who had stood by while all this was happening. That young man, Draco, had been protecting Natsum from a possible attack by Tobio on his balance breaker. Now that Natsum was standing next to the now unconscious Tobio, Draco had gone in the direction of Tishu and squatted, examining the fatal wound on her chest. She has been fatally wounded by the blade of Canis Lycaon. She has approximately 2 minutes to live. Tishu was Tobio's reason for living, and he had worked so hard just to regain his normal life with her. It's sad that the only death we're going to have is Tobio's childhood friend, and that it's at his hands that she died. Valina wailed as she looked at the innocent face of Tishu. She still had the same smile. she had given Tobio as she embraced him before her death. It's true, she's dying because of blood loss. But that doesn't mean SAE is going to die. As Draco said that, his arms began to take on a golden glow. White scales began to show through, and a golden aura surrounded Draco's dragon arms. This was none other than Draco using his holy healing claws to heal the wound of Tishu. Holy healing claws, while being an extremely harmful weapon for beings who are based in the dark like you, Valina, can be used as a healing ability for beings outside the dark like humans. Although it's designed to be an attack skill, it can also be used to perform first aid. You mean? Yes, SAE Tishu's situation has been stabilized. But that's just for the moment. We have to get her to Gregori quickly so that her life can be successfully rescued. What Draco had done had not only caught Valina's attention, but had caught the attention of all present. Natsum walked over to Azazel as soon as she heard Draco's words. Governor General, you have to save Tuja-san's life. Yes, I'll take her and Tobio to Gregori. Azazel came to SAE and took her body and brought it to Tobio. Azazel started working on a teleportation circle at that very moment. The leader of Gregori gave Draco a strange look, one of which was impossible to identify what he was thinking. Draco didn't say anything, but he looked back at him. In that look, Azazel could feel that Draco had distanced himself from him a little. Azazel already knew that Draco distrusted him, and he didn't feel that was strange. He was, after all, Azazel, the fallen angel that appears in the Bible. But over these 6 months, and a common hostility, Azazel and Draco had grown closer and could be considered friends. Besides, Azazel knew that Valina, the little girl he considered his adopted daughter, had feelings for Draco that went beyond friendship. Azazel knew that the steps he had taken, and the fact that he had withheld crucial information from Draco, had caused Draco to be at least disappointed. But even so, Azazel had his own reasons for acting the way he had. Azazel had already lived for thousands of years. He had fallen from heaven in his youth, and he had fought a great war against the 2 other biblical factions. He had even joined hands with his creator and the first Lucifer to fight the heavenly dragons. But many years had already passed since that chaotic time, and times of peace had come. To his own surprise, he liked these times of peace much more than the chaotic times of old. That's when God, as creator, created the well-known sacred gears, an idea that Azazel himself agreed to. Actually, humans are not a weak race. Even without the need for sacred gears, they are a race that can easily reach their full potential. The problem is that this potential is much less than that of races like devils and angels. As a general rule, the maximum power an ordinary human can have, its limit, is in the same line as high-class devil. Rare are the humans who can exceed that limit and advance to the next level of power. This event is known as Limit Breaker. Few are the humans who can bring about this event, and currently there was only one in the world who had done so. More accurately, Azazel only knows one who had done that. Vasco Strata, the previous wielder of Durandal and veteran exorcist, known as the Church's device of violence, the violence of heaven, the Vatican's evil killer, Mr. Durandal, and True Devil, a human who achieved strength dubbed limits of humanity. Of course, all of this was the removal of the physical body. But by the time God created sacred gears, Merlin had not yet created the magical system that humans currently use. Seeing that his most precious creation was too weak to protect themselves from supernatural beings, God decided to create the sacred gear system. It was in this system that Azazel saw a key to maintaining the peace that he cherished. Sacred gears was the key, he was sure of it. But more specifically, Azazel had his eyes on a mistake God made in creating the system. The 13 artifacts that could make their user acquire the strength to kill gods, the 13 Longinus. Of course, putting the 13 Longinus together was virtually impossible. So Azazel had to take an alternative, and that's how he began to study sacred gears. He had already come up with an idea for something similar to a sacred gear when God had not yet finished creating them, and Azazel had not yet fallen, called the dragon's slaying blade of light and darkness. Azazel still had that memory in his mind, especially Michael's face as he laughed at him as he showed the project to its creator. After the well-known Second World War, the human world and the different pantheons seemed to have calmed down a bit. It was then that Azazel met what he thought would be unthinkable, a girl from the lineage of Lucifer who possessed one of the 13 Longinus. Yes, he had met Valina. The girl didn't seem to be in good shape after finding her, and she was obviously abused. It wasn't until a couple of years later that he was going to find the reason for her poor condition. Abused by her father, her mother abused because of her helping Valina, and all incited by her grandfather. Rise of him Levon Lucifer, Lucifer's son and Valina's grandfather, was a crazy man. Azazel knew him personally, and could only use the word madness to describe his state of mind. During this time, a friend of his named Mephistopheles contacted him to tell him that a Longinus had joined the ranks of Grausauber. And a few years later, Gregori had found another Longinus along with 4 sacred gears of the highest level. Within a few years, Azazel had met an impressive new generation. The bearer of the divine dividing, the sacred gear that contained the soul of the vanishing dragon, and descendant of the Mal Lucifer. The bearer of the absolute demise, and genius-level mage from Grausauber. The carrier of Canis Lycaon, an anomaly that was born with the balance breaker active. 2 of the carriers of the so-called for fiends, who were part of the group of the carrier of Canis Lycaon. Barakiel's daughter, who had inherited his powerful lightning attack. Uriel's granddaughter, who had inherited his powerful flames. A Nekashu, a race believed to be extinct. And finally, a young dragon who was growing in strength by leaps and bounds. Azazel does not know that another Longinus is on the way. The latter was the one that had drawn the most attention to Azazel. This dragon, Draco, had a close connection to everyone in the new generation. He was the mainstay of this new generation of talent. Even knowing that he was the center of this entire group, Azazel had taken it upon himself to hide information from him. Everything was necessary to make his plans to take the expected course. For Tobio to awaken his balance breaker once again, and for Natsum Managawa and Cookie Samejima to acquire the true forms of their respective sacred gears. Knowing Draco, he would have solved everything himself. Tobio and the others didn't have to be in any danger if he alone could take charge of the situation. Well, the goal had already been achieved. The relationship Azazel had with Draco could already be arranged in the future. For now, Azazel had to get the injured Tobio and Essie to Gregori. The magic circle of teleportation was finally created, and Azazel disappeared along with Tobio and Essie. Once Azazel left with the unconscious Tobio and Essie, Draco turned to face the remaining people in the room. The concern could be seen on the faces of all 3 girls, no matter how hard Valina or the others try to hide it. Let's go home and rest. I'm sure it's been a hard day for you. Tomorrow we can stop by to see how Tobio and SAE are doing, without forgetting our friend Cookie. Draco's words resonated in the girls' minds. He was right. They could do nothing for those who had been hurt, so they had to think about this as little as possible and focus on resting. Draco and the rest arrived at the apartment where they were living temporarily. By the time they arrived, it was quite late, and the sky had already darkened. Before they could open the door to the apartment, it opened by itself, and a certain Nekashu jumped out at Draco. "How dare you leave the house for so long and forget to make me dinner?" Kuroko was in her favorite position, her legs wrapped around Draco's waist, and she was pulling Draco's shirt off as she yelled at him. Kuroka's eyes seemed to be bloodshot, as if she had gone without food for a long time. "I'm only half an hour late. Can you be less exaggerated? Half an hour is half a life for me. Look, my life force is decreasing by leaps and bounds." Kuroko looked like she was going to eat Draco alive. Dragon meat? I'm sure that sounded quite appetizing in young Nekashi's mind. Seeing Kuroka act this way, the mood of the girls, and even Draco, changed. Natsum could not bear to laugh at Kuroka's shameless manner. Lavinia smiled broadly as she watched Draco and the Nekashu interact. Valina had a slight smile on her face, and in the meantime, she watched to make sure neither of them noticed. Though, of course, this did not escape the eyes of a certain dragon. Draco only held Kuroka's words as he forced her inside the house with her in his arms, though one could see that the tips of his lips had curled slightly. 15 minutes later, Draco had finished making dinner. because he did not feel much like cooking that night. Dinner was much simpler than previous meals. It was a fish soup with different vegetables, a full dinner to replenish the energy reserves they had spent hours before. The dinner continued without much conversation, the highlight being Kuroka's grotesque way of eating. When they had finished eating, each returned quietly to his room. That night, Draco slept with Valina and Kuroka as usual. The next day, Draco woke up by the sunrise as usual. Opening his eyes, he turned his head to the right to see the ever-sleepy Kuroka. Like a good cat-type yukai, she usually sleeps between 12 and 16 hours a day. Her dark hair was a mess, and much of it covered most of Kuroka's face. The two cat ears held up as usual, while Nekash's two tails were entangled between Draco's legs. Draco then turned his head to the left to meet the platinum-haired girl, Vala Lucifer's counterpart in this alternative world of High School DxD. Draco would never have expected the bearer of the divine dividing, the strongest Hakurikaku in history, to be a child. He, who had already thought of some way to act knowing what Vala Lucifer was going to do in the future, didn't know anymore what was going to happen in the future with Valina. It was obvious that the girl liked to fight against strong opponents, but it was not to the point that she would betray Azazel just to find new opponents. Valina was obviously different than her male counterpart in that respect, or so Draco thought of the young Lucifer. Anything could happen in the future. At this time, Valina Lucifer was also sleeping peacefully. The young girl's face was innocent and peaceful, giving Draco serenity. Draco rose carefully so as not to wake the girls, and sat upon the bed. The bed is huge, so it's not too difficult to find a place to sit down and start Senjutsu training. But this morning, Draco-san wasn't going to train Senjutsu, at least not right now. Open Fate System. Draco had the 3 fate points he'd gotten from saving Shuri 6 months earlier, and the other 7 he'd gotten from when Mordred saved Valerie. Draco deduced that he had gotten so many fate points for several reasons. One was that Valerie was saved from being experimented on, or at least more than they already had, and the rest were because of the souls of the evil dragons that were not going to be resurrected. The only problem was that according to the fate system, the rest of the vampires had not been saved from their fate. In other words, they were going to become an enemy in the future. Was Draco worried about this? Not at all. That all those vampires didn't change their destiny meant only one thing: more experience for Draco. Now, what was Draco going to spend his fate points on? 2 fate points were going to be spent on the round trip to Naciverse, so that left another 8 fate points. There are several individuals within Naciverse that Draco is interested in, so at least 4 more fate points need to be booked. There are only 4 fate points left to spend. How was Draco going to split them? For starters, he wasn't going to spend a single point on servants. I mean, the only person going with Draco to Naciverse was going to be Mordred. Draco was confident that he and Mordred had a good chance of winning the war, especially since the differences between masters were too wide, since no human from Naciverse could match a dragon. At least that was not the case with masters who participated in the wars of the Holy Grail. If anything, Draco had to be careful with Kiritsugu Amiya and the priest. Still, maybe not even they could cope with Draco's human form. There was also the possibility that Draco was selected as a possible master by the Holy Grail, thus getting a servant without having to spend any fate point. That would be optimal. So, the distribution Draco had chosen was 2 fate points to get 2 fate skills, and 2 fate points to get 2 noble phantasm. The fate skills were a personal bet by Draco. According to Sage and the old omnipotent god, the fate skills were a set of skills that the servants had possessed in the past. Their value was similar to the noble phantasm, but they had a different function. Draco had decided to trust the old man. I mean, he wasn't going to create something totally useless, was he? Sage, I want to spend a fate point to get a fate skill. Are you sure? I'm sure. 1 fate point used getting fate skill. 3, 2, 1. Fate skill. Battle continuation. Obtained. Battle continuation? That name sounded familiar to Draco. He was sure he'd seen it somewhere before. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He'd seen that skill before on Mordred's skills set. She also had her own variation of battle continuation, but it was only a B rank. Sage, give me a description of this skill. Yes. Battle continuation. never gives up no matter what until the very end. A mad beast's obsession can remain alive so long as one does not receive a decisive fatal wound and makes it possible to fight even with deadly injuries. The power to fight even having obtained fatal injuries. There was no doubt this ability is amazing. It was even more important considering that Draco was going to fight Naciverse against servants, beings more powerful than any other enemy he has faced so far. Being able to fight for a few more minutes or a few more seconds could be the key to win many fights. I'm genuinely surprised. Draco didn't expect such a useful skill. In fact, he didn't expect anything from these 2 fate points. Well, even if I get nothing from the next fate point, I can say I'm satisfied. Sage, spend another fate point to get another fate skill. Are you sure? I'm sure. 1 fate point used getting fate skill. 3, 2, 1. Fate skill. A knight does not die with empty hands. A++. Obtained. A knight does not die with empty hands? What skill is that? A knight does not die with empty hands is the noble phantasm, Knight of Honor, turned into a skill. Give me his description. A knight does not die with empty hands. A++. An ability noble phantasm that grants the attribute to everything he holds, resulting them to become so-called pseudo-noble phantasms. Be it an iron pole or an aircraft fighter, it will be treated as a rank D noble phantasm, even though it is considered a pseudo-noble phantasm, or pseudo-phantasm for short. A knight does not die with empty hands. A++. An ability noble phantasm that grants the attribute to everything he holds, resulting them to become so-called pseudo-noble phantasms. Be it an iron pole or an aircraft fighter, it will be treated as a rank D noble phantasm, even though it is considered a pseudo-noble phantasm, or pseudo-phantasm for short. A knight does not die with empty hands. A++ is basically Lancelot's noble phantasm, Berserker in Fate/0, turned into a skill. Any item that Draco considers as a weapon, this one will evolve to become a D-range noble phantasm. For example, Draco can use this skill to improve his arrows when he's going to use Gondiva. Draco didn't know how this skill differed from its noble phantasm version, but there was no point in asking the difference. Of all the skills that could be obtained, Draco was sure that this was one of the best. And battle continuation was another very useful skill, and Draco was sure it would be useful in the future. Battle continuation, and a knight does not die with empty hands, A++, are 2 skills that Draco didn't expect at all. As a skill, he expected something like Breath of Darkness. That is, he expected a direct attack or direct defense skill. Instead, he has received 2 skills that may be very useful in the near future. Having infinite, noble phantasm, D-rank, for only 1 MP point per arrow is a noticeable increase in Draco's fighting strength at this time. Of course, a D-range noble phantasm has its limits, but Draco is more than satisfied with what he's got. I wonder if I can improve the arrows even more. That's what Draco had in mind right now. Gondiva. It was the bow used by Arjuna, Indra's son, and it had amazing power. Until now, Draco had only used it as a normal bow. You could probably only show the true power of Gondiva by calling its true name, or that was the idea Draco had at first. But now he wasn't so sure. Legend says that every time an arrow was shot with Gondiva, it lit up like a celestial being and few people could look at it. Every time an arrow was shot, there was the sound of thunder. Draco's Gondiva did nothing of the sort. It was as if something was still missing, as if Draco had to take one more step to awaken the true potential of the best bow ever created. Draco didn't know what it was, but he had to find whatever would make Gondiva become the heavenly weapon of domination he once was, the bow that took the lives of warriors and gods alike. Once the 2 skills had been obtained, Draco went straight to the Noble Phantasm section. Which Noble Phantasm suited Draco best at this point? Draco didn't know much about Fate Grand Order, but he knew that the Noble Phantasm list was huge. From a floating fortress, a sacred sword, or a demon spear. Numerous possibilities, and very few of them were bad. In fact, were there any that were really bad? Sage, I want to spend a fate point to get a noble phantasm. 1 fate point used getting noble phantasm. 3, 2, 1. Noble phantasm. Golden drive be obtained. Golden drive? This was a noble phantasm that Draco didn't know anything about. Golden drive. Golden drive. Nothing. It didn't sound like Fate's anime, nor any mythology or history of the past. Sage, give me the description of the noble phantasm. Yes. Golden Drive is Sakata Kintoki's cherished Mount Golden Bear MK1, a large motorcycle imbued with Raijin's power. Bound to him when summoned as a rider, it possesses the ability to transform by its very nature, reconfigure in particular during this summoning to its Super Excel Assault mode to perform a supercharging dash attack during the release of its true name. Its horsepower is 2 million, according to Kintoki, and it possesses its top speed of 2,500 km per hour, around Mach 2. Its tires are Raijin's transformed hand drums, and their power rise with each revolution. Kintoki's rider summoning is one in which his disposition as the child of a thunder god has been emphasized. As such, there is a possibility that he is turned into a more dangerous man than when a berserker as a result. It can be said that he got caught up in the mood by driving a monster machine. Apparently, Sage is a lover of finding information and getting it straight from the internet. Who can blame him? Golden Drive has a special attack called Golden Drive Good Night. Golden Drive Good Night. Night Wolf Deadly 9. Golden Dash is a charge attack utilizing Golden Bear, wreathing itself in lightning to run down his opponents. As the tire's lighting grows more powerful as they rotate, it becomes more powerful the farther it travels, reaching a maximum speed hundreds of times that of its normal 2,500 km per s. 2,500 km per s? If the 2,500 km per hour this noble phantasm has is crazy, the 2,500 km per s is directly indescribable. Basically, go around the entire Earth in a straight line in 16 seconds. Is this a B-range noble phantasm? Impossible. It has to have some kind of limit. Although Draco can't see it right now, he can use status inspection on the noble phantasm. Golden Drive, Noble Phantasm. Owner Draco. Type: Drive Noble Phantasm. Special Attack: Golden Drive, Good Night. Owner Draco. Type: Anti-Unit, Anti-Army Noble Phantasm. Rank B. Range: 900 meters. Maximum number of targets: 1 to 50. 900 meters. Still, that means I have a method of going almost a kilometer in less than half a second. Even without calling out the real name, this noble phantasm is amazing. Draco's luck seemed to be pretty good lately. Not just the skills, but it looked like the noble phantasm was going to be pretty good. Now, who the hell is Sakata Kintoki? It looked like Draco was going to have to do some research in the future. He already knew who Atlanta was even before he got his noble phantasm, but he was totally unaware of Arjuna's existence. It was not until after some research that he discovered his position as one of the great heroes of Hindu mythology. Now, his new noble phantasm comes from the legend of Sakata Kintoki. By his name, this must be a Japanese person, so maybe one of the new members of Valina's house knows something about him. The first noble phantasm is a motorcycle, and a pretty fast one at that. Draco wasn't going to complain since he had no reason to. In fact, he was quite happy. He didn't know why he always had a bad feeling every time he thought of the gacha. Maybe it was a trauma from his past life? A trauma from that past life that he doesn't remember because of a certain goddess? Leaving aside the subject of this noble phantasm, Draco went straight for the second one. Maybe on the fourth attempt, he can get a noble phantasm EX rating. 1 fate point used getting noble phantasm. 3, 2, 1. Noble phantasm. Aegis obtained. Looks like today wasn't the day Draco was going to get an EX rank on something. So far, the most he's gotten is an A++ range in one of the skills. Now this noble phantasm sounded a little more like Draco. From Greek mythology, more specifically from the Iliad, it's the shield of Athena, and she later passed it on to Odysseus. Draco assumed that this noble phantasm belonged to the heroic spirit Odysseus. Clank. Draco didn't have time to ask Sage for more details about this noble phantasm when metal pieces of armor started appearing on his body. The pieces were joining together, slowly forming a platinum-colored metal armor. Finally, the armor continued to grow toward his head, ending in a kind of helmet. Before he could react, he was wrapped in light armor. I say light because Draco did not feel the weight of the armor at all. Sage, what's going on? These are the results of the noble phantasm Aegis. As expected, this is the noble phantasm. Instead of materializing as a shield, it's materialized as an armor. Sage, give me the information about this. Noble phantasm. Aegis. Divine corpus boundary field. A defensive armament which was created by the gods of Olympus. It has been at times referred to as a set of armor or a shield. Originally a conceptualized defense used by the gods, which is essentially an extremely formidable barrier. However, thanks to the affection Odysseus receives from Athena, it can be worn by him as a physical suit of armor. In other words, it is an invincible set of armor which carries the conceptualized defenses of the gods. A continuously active noble phantasm. Just as I thought, it is a continuously active noble phantasm. But why do I spend MPs when I use it? Yes, continuous use of Aegis does not waste a single point of MP. That's surprising, considering that it's an A-range noble phantasm. It also doesn't have a true name, a special ability, as do Gondiva and Golden Driver. It's just as Sage describes it, an absolute defense. Of course, everything has its limits. The amount of defense this noble phantasm has is amazing, but it is directly linked to Draco's magic power. Status inspection. Aegis, noble phantasm. True name, Aegis, divine corpus boundary field. Owner Draco. Type, barrier noble phantasm. Rank A. Range, maximum number of targets, 1. And do I have to keep my armor on all the time from now on? Suggestion, you can mix the noble phantasm, Aegis, with the special skill dragon, Scales. Mix. Merging a skill with a noble phantasm? Can you do that? In order to merge a noble phantasm with a skill, they have to have a minimum of rapport. In this case, the function of dragon scales and Aegis is the same. The effects are unknown, but an estimated 99.9% improvement in the user's defensive skills is achieved. Fusion. Draco didn't hesitate at all when he gave the order. If merging the skill with the noble phantasm means improving the defense, then there was no reason not to do it. Merging special skill, dragon scales with noble phantasm, Aegis. 3, 2, 1. Obtain special skill, Aegis. Divine scales of the Nephilim dragon, LV. Skill effects. Attacks that are at or below the level of the user's defense will be completely cancelled. Attacks that double the user's defense will be neutralized by 70%. Draco didn't know what to think at this point. On the one hand, he was very happy with the outcome of this fusion. For one thing, he was virtually immune to attacks containing power on the level of a high-class devil. And now, the ultimate class devil's powerhouse is only going to do half as much damage. That's certainly not bad, considering as soon as he goes up a few levels that will extend to the level of the Seraphim cadre. Before, his dragon scales at LV6 just neutralized 60% of the damage done by an attack of the same level of his defense. Dragon scales was a skill that only levels up with Draco's evolution, so it would be really difficult to level it up later. On the other hand, he was sure that Aegis could protect him from the attacks of at least the ultimate class by himself, or at most receive 10% of the damage at most. User doesn't have to think that way. If the user had chosen not to merge the skills, Aegis would be totally useless to the user once he reached a certain level of defense. Now that Aegis is merged with your body, it will grow with you until your final moments. You mean Aegis couldn't stop a certain level of attack, no matter how much my magic power grew? That's right. Every noble phantasm has a limit. There will come the point where the user's own strength is greater than the power you can use from a noble phantasm. When that point is reached, bows, swords, shields, fighting techniques, etc., will all be useless in the face of absolute strength. But that's different with Aegis now that it's merged with your own scales. Each and every noble phantasm has a limit. Even Gondiva was a noble phantasm who was sooner or later going to prove useless to Draco. Of course, it has a long way before Draco reaches to that point. For now, Draco has already made use of his fate points. The 2 fate skills and the 2 noble phantasm he has obtained are to his satisfaction, so there's no problem with spending the 4 fate points. Now it's time to start the morning Senjutsu training, or so Draco would like to say. Are you awake? Draco turned to face the little teenager who had just woken up. As usual, Valina also got up when the sun came up to start training. Good morning, big brother. Good morning to you too, Valina. The young Lucifer slowly woke up as she sat on the bed. She crawled slowly to the end of the bed where Draco was, hugged him from behind, and kissed him on the cheek. She then rose from the bed and began to remove her pajamas, leaving Valina's body barely covered by her silver underwear. Valina then grabbed her usual clothes. She had several of them, so that she could wear the same clothes every time, and put them on. Oh, I forgot to tell you that Azazel wants to see you this morning, Valina told Draco when she finished dressing. Azazel? What does he want from me? The girl you saved woke up last night, and she wants to talk to you. The girl Draco saved the day before was Tobio's childhood friend, Tishu. Draco was curious about her, since she had the same last name as Chiron/Kaneko when she was part of Gregori's peerage. So he thought maybe the girl had some relationship with the Nekash's sisters. He inspected the girl when he rescued her, but couldn't find anything strange about her. Tishu was nothing more than an ordinary human. Draco lost all curiosity about her at that moment. And though she was beautiful, she was a female who already had a male, and Draco had values of her own. Oh, and Azazel also seemed to want to discuss a matter with you, though I'm not sure what it is. I see. Now I'll go over and talk to him. I'm going to Gregori's facility now. Will you come with me? Draco was going to reject her, as he did not want to waste a single morning of training, but the sparkle in Valina's eyes made it impossible to reject her. Sai, it's okay. Are you going to go to training? Yes. Azazel is busy today, so I'm going with Betrayal. Rainier and Aquino are going to be with him today. Rainier and Aquino. Draco hadn't seen either of the girls in a few days. Rainier had been helping with all the trouble related to the Utsasimi at first, but had been removed by Azazel as he did not want the involvement of the fallen angels to be evident. Since then, she has remained in the underworld training with Betrayal. Aquino had not been involved from the beginning and had not left the underworld at any time. Of course, the little girl's help was completely unnecessary. Although she had improved greatly, she could barely use her father's trademark skill once or twice. Although she could easily fight the Utsasimi, her presence was completely unnecessary. And once again, Azazel wanted any presence of the fallen angels kept to a minimum. And it was not until the last moment that Gregori came out with everything. I'm going to come with you. I want to stop by and see how the girls are doing in Gregori. Draco and Valina arrived at Gregori. It had taken a little longer since Draco couldn't leave without leaving Kuroka without breakfast. It would be a fatal mistake that he would regret very much if he made it. They went directly to the area where Betrayal used to train the two girls. The place consisted of an Olympic track, and in the middle of it were several targets. For the training Betrayal did with the girls, this was more than enough. They were training just as Draco had planned. Aquino and Rainier ran around the track while Betrayal watched from the side. As soon as they realized the arrival of Draco and Valina, Aquino and Rainier left their training and headed for the two of them. As much as Betrayal did not want them to leave a training session in the middle, he could only resign himself, scratch his head, and join the group. Draco, Valina! Rainier greeted them as she approached them as Draco. Aquino threw herself directly into Draco's embrace. Draco had become Aquino's hero after what happened 6 months ago, and she was virtually inseparable from him. Betrayal could only take her to train in the mornings as Draco was busy with his Senjutsu training, but it was impossible in the afternoons when the dragon trained his archery. Sigh. When Draco trained his archery, Aquino became a kind of religious fanatic who watched his every move without looking away. Barrakiel was a little afraid of his daughter's dedication to the dragon. Barrakiel was dense, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that his daughter had fallen in love with Draco. It may sound stupid and cliché, but the story of a hero saving the princess in distress is not nonsense. It is even stronger when it is about a girl who is beginning to enter adolescence like Aquino, who has heard hundreds of hero stories since she was a little girl. And Draco was the one who had occupied the hero figure in Aquino's eyes. "It has been a long time, Aquino. How have you been these weeks?" Draco hugged Aquino back and asked the girl as he stroked her head. "I have been very lonely these weeks without seeing you and being able to play with Kuroka. Tell me, Draco, are you coming home soon?" Draco smiled at the hopeful look on little Aquino's face. Right now he couldn't think that this Aquino was the same Aquino that appeared in High School DxD. It was true that her appearances were the same, but she did not have the mocking personality and sadism that she displayed in the series. He assumed that this was because she was still young, and so had not yet gone through the key moment of developing her personality. "Yes, our work is done, and we will soon return. By the way, if nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow a new friend will come along, and you'll be able to play with her. She's about your age, so I think you can get along and become friends." "Is anyone coming tomorrow?" asked Velina, who had been watching Draco and Aquino's interaction while talking to Rainier. Draco nodded. "Tomorrow, Chiron, Kuroka's little sister, and her teacher, a good friend of mine, are coming." "Chiron-chan is coming tomorrow?" "Yes." Aquino raised a fist up at Draco, surprised to see the girl's reaction. Everyone present knew who Chiron and Mordred were. It was during the first meal that Shuri asked us about our lives before we arrived at Gregori, and everyone here but Velina had been present at that time. Of course, Velina knew about them as well. 6 months of conversations went a long way, and sooner or later she was going to hear about Kuroka's, the cute little sister. "You seem pleased to hear of their arrival." Draco could not help but smile every time Aquino reacted nicely, because that's what she was, a little cutie. If Velina can be described as a cool beauty, Aquino can be described as a cute beauty. "My little girl has been wanting to meet Chiron for a long time." Barrakiel had finally arrived with the group. He had said that, and was immediately imitating Draco by stroking her head. Aquino, on the other hand, was grimacing as she muttered, "Only Draco can stroke my head, but I can let it go if it's Dad who does it." Although she was whispering quietly and believed that no one was listening to her, all those present were supernatural beings who had their senses amplified several times. Hearing a simple murmur from just a few feet away was no different than hearing a normal conversation. They all smiled, and some held back their laughter, as they watched the reaction of little Aquino, even though Barrakiel was fixing a dangerous stare at Draco. Barrakiel knew that Aquino already had Draco in her eyes, and that it was very difficult to change that opinion of her. The problem was that Aquino was not the only one who seemed to have feelings for Draco, as the other 2 girls present seemed to be developing feelings for Draco as well. Not to mention the Nekishu named Kuroka. She was the one who seemed to have the upper hand in the race to gain Draco's affections. Even if Shuri had told Barrakiel that Kuroka was still a virgin, the girls slept in the same room with Draco every day and accompanied him most of the time. Barrakiel still wondered where his wife had gotten the information, but had decided not to ask after seeing the vicious gleam in Shuri's eyes. Barrakiel was almost certain that Kuroka would be Draco's future wife, should he decide to go on a non-harem route. So I know that if Aquino wanted to have any hope of romance with Draco, he had to take the harem route. Luckily, he's a dragon, and there's not going to be any problem. Wait, why am I thinking like this? Is something wrong, Dad? The little Aquino looked curiously at her father, who had let his thoughts slip out of his mouth unconsciously. No, nothing. To take the spotlight away, Barrakiel looked at Draco. Azazel wanted to see you, you know. He must be in the hospital since I heard that the boy of the blade dog has woken up. Draco looked back at Barrakiel and nodded. Yeah, I'm going to go see what he wants. Draco was also curious. What did Azazel want from him now that the whole Utsasimi agency problem was over? He also wanted to stop by and see how Tobio was doing now that he'd woken up, and the SC, a girl wanted to see him too, according to Velina. First the fate points, and now Gregori. It looked like this morning was going to be a pretty full one. We didn't get to talk much, Rainier. I'll stop by later to help you with your training, especially the subject of your sacred gear and your flames. Rainier shook her head and gave Draco a beautiful smile. Don't worry, I know you're busy because of Azazel. Take your time. My problems are not urgent. Though Rainier had a cheerful smile on her face and was completely sincere, there was something that bothered Draco. Since that incident 6 months ago, Rainier had been acting strange. She was no longer the arrogant bitch that Draco had encountered upon his arrival at Gregori, but she had become more submissive. In some ways, this was not a bad thing, as she was supposed to have changed for the better. But this was not so. Rainier, she seemed to be repressing herself. Her real personality was still there, a clear example of which was the confrontation she had with Samejima, but she seemed to be hiding from the rest of the world. When she was with Draco's group, Kuroka, etc., she would let go a little more and feel more at ease. But other than that, she even seemed afraid of the world. What Draco thought was that she was afraid of herself. Kuroka had told him about what happened that day while he was fighting the devil, and he could more or less reconstruct the scene from Rainier's past. Her uncle abused the powers Rainier had inherited, most likely behind everyone's back, and one day forced her into some kind of frenzy. The result had her accidentally kill her parents. That's what Draco assumed had happened. The only people who knew what really happened that day were Rainier and her uncle, and now only Rainier knew since the latter was more than dead. Draco had already asked Rainier about what happened a few months earlier, but the answer had been I'm not ready to talk about this, Draco. I promise I'll tell you about it in the future, but please don't ask me about it right now. When I feel up to it, I'll let you know. Therefore, Draco had let this problem go for these 6 months, but now he was starting to worry. Although Rainier had greatly improved her strength, successfully evolving into a 4-winged fallen angel, Draco still hadn't received a fate point from her. This meant that Rainier would still be dying in 4 years when Azazel sent her to deal with Issei. More than worried about that fate point, which he obviously wanted to get, Draco was worried about Rainier. She was indeed a multi-faced bitch who had an incorrigible temper, was arrogant with the weak, and respectful of the strong. She indeed had many faults and few virtues. Yet, even so, Draco was unable to let her die so easily. Rainier had become an important person to Draco, a close friend with whom he interacted virtually every day. She had entered the small group of people loved by Draco. A few days earlier, when Draco escalated to numerous levels after killing a horde from Utsusimi, a voice he had not heard in a long time resounded in his head. Kiddo, you seem to have improved a lot. He was the old, omnipotent god, indirectly responsible for the reason Draco was in this parallel world. Yes. You seem to be hesitating. Are you not satisfied? No, it's not that. It's just that. What? It's just not enough. Even after killing so much, I'm still far from my goal. Of course you're far from the target. Your ultimate enemy is the second most powerful being in the whole multiverse. It is normal to feel doubts when you are just starting your journey. But above all, you have to be clear about something. That ultimate enemy does not work alone. That's why you can't do everything yourself. You need allies. Draco knew that. Of course he knew. Why was there a choice to get servants in the system the old man gave him? Wasn't it to get allies who could fight by his side? Draco had to get his own minions to fight the enemy's minions. Draco had to face the final boss while the servants faced the minor bosses. Draco then took an oath he was to keep until the end of his days. I cannot protect everything. However, I will absolutely protect those loved ones within reach of my hands. If it is for the sake of that, I will kill everything. Rainier had entered that select group of people loved by Draco, and he was going to end it all. Even if it was the same will of the world, Ayala, that wanted Rainier to die so that someone else would grow more powerful. Even if it was the all-consuming chaos. While thinking about what he could do with Rainier to change that future, Draco arrived at Gregori's hospital. The young dragon entered the building, and the first thing he saw was the receptionists. This hospital didn't seem to be much different than the average hospital in the human world. 2 middle-aged ladies were gossiping at the reception desk, which you usually find when you arrive at a hospital. Hello, good morning. Draco approached the counter with the best smile he thought he could muster. "Good morning. Do you need anything?" One of the receptionists responded professionally. As expected from experienced receptionists, they know how to act professionally when someone arrives at the counter. Draco was slightly surprised to discover that both receptionists were human. He knew that many humans had joined the organization, but there were even human receptionists. Thinking about it from another angle, it would be a waste to have two fallen angels acting as receptionists. "Yes, could you tell me which is Tobio Iq's room?" "Sure." The receptionist nodded her head and started looking at the computer. She looked up again when she found the information she was looking for. "The room is number XXX on the 3rd floor, but—" Draco was already about to thank the lady when she spoke again. "The Governor General is also there at the moment, as he just arrived a few minutes ago. My advice is to come back later, as being near the Governor General may be uncomfortable for you. And if you happen to offend him or something..." The lady was worried about Draco. She was a human woman who had fallen in love with a low-level fallen angel and ended up living in Gregori. She had never met Azazel personally, but stories from the Bible and other things seemed to have given her a dark image of Azazel. "I know Azazel is there. You don't have to worry. Still, thank you for your good intentions." Draco said goodbye to the lady and made his way to Tobio's room. When he arrived at the scene, he heard Azazel's voice. "The true nature of Gene, it is one of the sacred gears we call Longinus God-slaying tools. Its official name is Canis Lycaean Dog God of the Black Blade. Longinus. There are only 13 varieties, those for which it has been determined to have the ability capable of slaying God. That is what you possess, something that is theoretically capable of slaughtering even God." The other voice belonged to Tobio, who had already woken up after the incidents of the previous day. "Natsume's and Samajima's sacred gears are different?" They may look similar, but they're different. However, one of the abilities of Canis Lycaean is that it calls together sacred gears of the same wavelength. Then, the abilities of those two, do you know, I had unknowingly caused those abilities to be expressed? Draco assumed that Azazel had already been alerted to his arrival, so he decided to go straight in. "You could say it was like that, Tobio. But don't get it wrong, they were born with that sacred gear. That they turned out to be students from your own school, that's probably your sacred gear's fault." Draco entered the room, answering the question Azazel had asked Tobio. He nodded to Azazel in greeting mode, then turned his attention back to the newly awakened Tobio. "It's like Draco says, it seems they were brought together by your ability. However, those who abused that was the group from the Utsusimi agency. Since I possessed the blood of the Himejima from the beginning, though." To Tobio, who's speaking as such with his head bowed, Azazel sighed, while merely scratching the back of his head. "Your ability, it's one of the powers capable of breaking the balance of the world. Naturally, you were a subject of strict monitoring. In such cases, to seal you and your ability, it would be a must to eliminate you. That's the extent of your ability. Moreover, since you had been born that way, that ability to break the balance of the world was strengthening. It would have been a natural result if you had been erased in infancy." Azazel spoke while looking at the scenery visible through the window. "However, both of your parents and your grandmother, they chose to let you live. An act of this extent can be said to be quite immense. However, at that time, I happened to come to lay eyes upon you when you were very young. Ajiha Iq's, it seems, had, out of love for you, placed a seal upon the dog's power. I must say it was nothing if not magnificent. As expected, you are from that time?" Before the eyes of Tobio, who had inquired. Thus, the man grew 12 black wings from his back. When Tobio was a little boy, he was on a field trip with his grandmother and his neighbors, Sae and her parents. On that excursion, he encountered a fallen angel, although it was only for a few moments. That memory remained in Tobio's mind for a long time, and it was not until today that he had finally discovered the identity of that man. The Black Angel. Azazel brushed Tobio's head with smiling bitterly. "Yeah, in actuality, it was a major thing, boy of the dog. As for myself, I am what is called a fallen angel, a being that was exiled from heaven for embracing wickedness. It seems you're not gushing with emotion after hearing about angels." Tobio shook his head from side to side. No, having seen Tsushima, demons, magicians, and even a dragon, it wasn't surprising that there'd be angels. It would be stranger if there weren't. There are numerous miraculous things in this world beyond your belief. Azazel spoke completely straightforwardly. Our organization, we study sacred gears and also observe their owners. If we discover someone in possession of a powerful sacred gear, they become a target of observation. The reason we met when you were a young child, that was because there was a possibility that you were a Longinus possessor. Supposing, if one was the kind of person to abuse the sacred gear, even considering a case of just ability without your special characteristic, they would often be eliminated. All for the sake of preserving the balance of the world. Since for things such as wars, I must apologize twice. Tobio as well inquired of his upfront honesty. It would appear that I must have been a target for extermination, right? Azazel abruptly laughed. Originally, that was the case. However, for two main reasons that decision faltered. He raised two fingers. One was your individual ability. The case of one being naturally born with the prohibited condition to break the balance. To my knowledge, there are only a small number of such examples over the past 1,000 years. All of them, except for you, had perished before we had become aware of them. You had been raised in tranquility for all these years despite such an ability, though that seemed to be due to the protection of your relatives. It certainly was fascinating. Azazel now held up one finger, having already explained one of the reasons, while smiling bitterly. As for the other reason, well, Longinus possessors other than you entreated to us their desire to cease such methods of management. One of them was a student of mine. The other one was a magical girl sent by an old acquaintance of mine. To refuse those guys' request would have been something I'd regret for the rest of my life. Azazel spoke while letting out a sigh. At the moment, we are observing the situation of all of the four fiends. Well, currently it's a good way for my underling to become accustomed to his power. To start with, we must assemble the remainder of the four fiends. The other Longinus that Azazel was talking about were obviously Lavinia and Valina. At that moment, Tobio began to overflow with tears. I wasn't able to rescue her. Of the events that had transpired in that Outlook room, he recalled what had happened right before he chanted that spell. It had been seared into the back of his eyelids. He had embraced Jean, who had a blade growing from his head. That blade of Jin's had pierced through her chest. Tobio had been unable to rescue that cherished individual. Tobio, who had woken up when Azazel was already inside his room, had not yet been informed of the current situation. He did not know the condition of any of his companions, so he was unaware of Cookie's serious condition and SAE's recovery. With Tobio shedding nothing but tears, Azazel continued while scratching his cheek. Well, we gradually came to this conversation. Well, this is good enough. Prompted by that voice, the door to the sick room opened. Appearing from there was the figure of sitting in a wheelchair. Being at a loss for words at this incredible spectacle, Tobio was only able to mumble a single word. Hearing Tobio's voice, held her hands to her mouth. Tobio! Azazel informed Tobio, who thought he must still be dreaming. When we managed to calm you down yesterday, Draco healed SAE's wound to the point of keeping it stable. We at Gregori only had to give her a slightly special treatment so that she would finish recovering and that no scars would remain on her body. Azazel spoke up. Regarding the care for the students of Ryuka High School, they are presently undergoing treatment. After the Tsushima have been removed, they are scheduled to be released along with their relatives. However, their memories of this current affair have been fabricated to a certain extent. Memories regarding them, regarding us, and regarding those fellows, it's all been taken care of. We will be strictly monitoring everyone from the agency, to the point that they would feel it would be better to just die. Indeed, the relatives of their fellow classmates had been rescued from that hideout. Their fellow classmates. They were being hidden by the Gregori. It was good that they would lose their memories. With all the misfortune involved in these unfathomable events, it was better for ordinary people not to be aware of it. With only a little monitoring, they could continue living. That was always a good thing. Azazel again added one more thing. However, this child's memory was left as is. Since this child personally refused, Tobio was speechless. SAE's memory of all that had happened in this incident about Tobio being a supernatural power user, about she being utilized by the Utsasimi agency. They had been left behind without being erased. Well then, see you later. Draco, can you follow me? Draco nodded and followed Azazel out of the room. Now it was time to leave Tobio and his childhood friend alone. Once outside the room, Azazel led Draco through the building and up to the top floor. They remained silent the entire way, but it wasn't an uncomfortable silence. On the top floor, there was only one room, which was the office of the head of the hospital. According to Azazel, he had already reported that he was going to use this room for a confidential meeting, so the head of the hospital, an 8-winged fallen angel, had left it at his disposal. Once inside the office, Azazel sat down on top of the desk and confronted Draco. I want to thank you for your help with the whole conflict regarding the Utsasimi agency. I owed you a favor. You don't have to thank me. Besides, I doubt very much you called me just to thank me. Azazel smiled slightly at Draco's response. Of course, I'm here to deal with more serious issues. In fact, I'm here to make you a proposal. Azazel's smile changed, becoming even more mysterious. Continue. Have you ever thought of forming your own organization? An organization? Azazel's proposal had taken Draco by surprise. He had never expected this man to say anything like that to him. Explain yourself. It's quite simple. I'm telling you that you can form an organization, a group of allies who make a name for themselves in this world. Even if I wanted to form that group, who would form it? Kuroka, Chiron, Mortar to me? Isn't that the same as doing nothing? It was obvious that Draco was going to have his doubts about this matter. First of all, why was Azazel giving him this idea? What would Azazel gain if Draco were to form his own organization? You're wrong. There are more people who would be part of the organization. Valina, Tobio, Lavinia, Cookie Samejima, Natsum Managua. What are you saying? Aren't they all with Gregori? Except Lavinia, who's with Grauzoberers? Draco was confused. He was unable to understand anything Azazel was saying. You're wrong again. It is true that Gregori is protecting the victims of the Utsasimi agency, but they are not part of Gregori. This obviously extends to Tobio and the rest, so they can easily get into your organization. In Valina's case, she has never officially belonged to Gregori. She's just my student. With Lavinia, it's a different case. She belongs to Grauzoberer, but Mephisto has agreed to let her join this new organization. What Azazel was saying seemed to make sense. But even so, Draco felt that something was still missing. Why would Azazel be willing to let Tobio, Valina, and the rest leave Gregori and go to Draco's organization? What was in it for him? The same applied to Mephistopheles. It didn't make sense that he would let Lavinia go. What do you gain from this, Azazel? Peace, Draco. Azazel was totally serious, or so Draco thought. The half-smile Azazel used to have on his face had completely disappeared. In fact, Draco knew that Azazel was going to be the one to initiate the whole peace process between the biblical factions. That's why Draco could believe in Azazel's words. I hear you. My proposal is as follows. You will form an organization independent of Gregori or any other faction. Those of you who will form the faction will be the new generation, people like you or Tobio, and you will build a remarkable reputation with the other factions. You'll become something of a mercenary group, a group totally independent of Gregori? That's right, we'll be allies. Your group will perform when Gregori can't, and you'll be able to build that international reputation. That will be in the beginning, when you're not famous enough to get missions from the other factions. So, basically, you want us to become your errand boys. You're wrong. You're a mercenary group, aren't you? You're going to get paid for your work. You don't owe me any favors anymore, so it would be stupid of you to work for free. Of course, I can develop more massage creams for that greedy cat. The last words hit Draco hard, reminding him of the favor he had just paid Azazel. It was precise because of Kuroka's greed that he had to go through all the trouble associated with the Utsasimi agency. On second thought, the Utsasimi agency had been nothing more than an incredible source of experience for Draco. The number of levels he had climbed had been incredible, and he was only a few levels away from evolving once again. Come to think of it, this new mercenary group that Azazel spoke of could be very profitable for Draco. Starting with Gregori's missions and spreading around the world could mean many enemies to gain experience from. I still have to ask the other's opinion, but I agree with your idea. I'm personally interested in forming this kind of mercenary group. Azazel nodded at Draco's words. As I have told you, my ultimate goal is peace between the biblical factions, and I would like to see it spread to the rest of the world. What I want is that when an opportunity comes for that peace, your organization will support peace. Do you agree with that? To obtain peace. Draco nodded. Of course, he agreed with Azazel. He wanted peace too. Besides, he knew that getting peace wasn't that easy. Numerous enemies were going to try to break that peace alliance that Azazel was going to try to promote, which meant that there was going to be a lot of experience that Draco could get. Well, he said, that's all I wanted to say. Now that you've agreed to create a mercenary organization, how do you feel about getting your first job? Draco raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Azazel had come well prepared today. It doesn't matter what my answer is, does it? The sooner my organization starts working, the better. Seeing Draco's response, Azazel smiled. I've mentioned this before when we were in the room with Tobio, but I'm going to repeat it. The problem related to Ryuka High School is not over yet. Those witches are still free, not to mention Satinel. Specifically, I want you to retrieve, dead or alive, the 2 remaining 4 fiends. Yes, Draco had heard Azazel say something similar to Tobio. Though they were not Longinus, the so-called 4 fiends were powerful sacred gears. It did not take a sacred gear outside the category of a Longinus for its wearer to become powerful, and there are numerous examples of this. Just look at Siegfried, who has only one variant of one of the most common sacred gears. As long as a sacred gear reaches its balance breaker status and its wearer is skilled in combat, that person can already be considered as someone dangerous in the world. Forbidden Baylor View, Gaspar Vladi's sacred gear, is the clearest example of this. This is a sacred gear of the highest level, but it doesn't come to be considered a Longinus until Gaspar developed his balance breaker. With this new version of sacred gear, which was to be renamed Aeon Baylor, Gaspar could easily consume an entire city in its darkness and devour the fog created by the high-tier Longinus, Dimension Lost. What's the payoff? Draco was no fool. He wasn't going to work for Azazel for free. You need a base for your organization, don't you? That's why I'm willing to give you that apartment building where you're living right now. The building's pretty big, so I don't think you'll have a problem even if your numbers are over 20. Is that enough? No. Working to get the house where he had been living all this time? What was the difference between that and working for free? Oh, you're greedy. I'm not surprised. You're a dragon after all. So, name your price. Training. I want Gregori to take over the training of the members of my organization. At least, I want them to do it until they can defend themselves. They can defend themselves? No, they can't. They barely survived a weak organization like the Utsasimi Agency. Cookie was seriously injured, and Tobio almost killed his best friend. What will they do when they face Satinel and his group? If Draco was going to form an organization, he needed capable people to be part of it. Lavinia and Valina didn't have a problem. Those 2 were capable enough, although they still had a lot of room for improvement. On the other hand, the students at Ryuka High School couldn't do anything without their sacred gears, even though Cookie knew how to defend himself a little. Tobio, Ikuse, and Natsum Managawa were nothing without their sacred gears at their side, so they could not face any danger, or they will easily die. The Utsasimi Agency was nothing compared to the real dangers of this world. I guess that's good. I must say I'm personally interested in Tobio Ikuse, so I have no problem getting them to train at Gregori. Barakil is only training his beloved daughter and Rainier, so I don't see any problem with him taking over a group of children. Now that Azazel had agreed to train Tobio's group, Draco had fewer problems on his hands. He didn't have much idea how to train Tobio and the others, so it was better to leave them to Gregori in that regard. They are part of Gregori in the main story, or at least Tobio was, so this is the best course of action. This is it for today. By the way, Citizen said she wanted to thank you or something, so go talk to her before you leave. Draco simply nodded and left the room. Once Azazel was alone, he took a slight sigh. Draco, I have great faith in you. I believe that if it's you with your help, Peace in this world is not something impossible to achieve. Azazel could not help but have a slight smile appear on his face. His dream of the last few hundred years could be fulfilled once and for all in this generation, and he was sure that this young dragon would be the key to it. When Draco left the room, he wasted no time in going straight to the room where Tobio accused was hospitalized. It hadn't been long since he had left the room with Azazel, so Tishu should still be there. Personally, Draco could not care less whether he was grateful or not. He had not obtained any fate point by saving her, so Draco knew that he was not going to die even if he did nothing to save her. Why would he talk to her? To get a problem out of the way? He was going to thank him sooner or later, so better to talk now than to waste time later. Tobio is sleeping. When Draco entered Tobio's room, Tobio had already gone back to sleep. It seems that the side effects of activating his balance breaker were still in his body. He was extremely tired. Next to him was Tishu, Tobio's childhood friend, sitting in her wheelchair. She still had to recover. Draco-san? He started talking. Forget the suffix. I'm not used to this kind of thing. But Draco interrupted her. Draco, who had been a fan of anime in his previous life, that was one of the few things he could remember, was not against Japanese suffixes. Actually, he just hated the san. The real reason is that I am very lazy to be writing the san suffix whenever there is a conversation like this. Of course, he didn't mind being called Oni-chan, and I-san, Oni-I-sama, and many of the suffixes that the Japanese used to communicate in their daily lives. Even Lavinia, who was not Japanese, used the suffix kuin when talking to him. She nodded her head. Her cheeks were a little flushed. Though she loved Tobio, it would be a lie to say that she was not physically attracted to Draco. But that was all. Draco was a hot guy, and that was it. Ito. Draco. Yes. Sai played with her fingers while her head was down. She seemed to be gathering courage for something. Thank you so much for all you've done. Not only did you save my life, but you also saved Tobio several times. I don't know what I would do if Tobio had died from the monster attacks. Sai stopped speaking when she felt Draco's palm on her head. Draco stroked the girl's hair, and to Sai's surprise, it did not bother her at all. Is this what it feels like to have an older brother? Sai had friends with older siblings, and many had talked about how her older siblings would pet her in this way. Sai thought that Draco was a gentle and kind man, as well as handsome, which is why Sai was overlaying Draco with the figure of an older brother. Draco spoke as she stroked Sai's head, her gaze fixed on Tobio and Jean. Tobio, Accuse, and Jean, Canis Lycaon, are two different existences united in one body. Not only do I have an interest in Canis Lycaon, but I have an interest in Tobio himself. He's an introverted boy, and that's why his other face is so brutal. His balance breaker is just a sample of Tobio's hidden personality, influenced by his sacred gear. A wild dog, that's what he is. But even a wild dog has attachments to his female. You, Tishu, untied the hide that was hiding in Dr. Jekyll's body. You are the only pillar that supports this wild dog state of mind. You have to put him on a leash, and tame him. But, above all, you must stay alive. Because the moment Tobio's pillar disappears, he will be consumed by the madness inside him. If that happens, I'll be the first to eliminate him. Who was beginning to enjoy the caresses Draco was making in her head, was paralyzed when she heard everything the dragon was saying. The situation was made worse by Draco's emotionless face and voice. Draco knelt in front of Sai and now stroked her cheek. He now flashed a sincere smile at Sai. That is why not only does Tobio have to be strong, you have to be strong. Become strong for me, Sai, and live for Tobio. Draco had his reasons for saying what he had told Sai. The most obvious of these was Tobio's mental health. One only had to look at how Tobio had lost control of himself at the headquarters of the Utsusimi agency. The strength of his balance breaker was immense, as you would expect from a Longinus. A pity Draco was so excited, not sexually, at the time that he forgot to take a look at Tobio's statistics. Draco left the hospital and headed straight for the house he had just obtained from Azazel. Technically, the place still belonged to Gregori. Still, Draco knew that the papers for the apartment complex would not take more than a few days to arrive. When Draco arrived, the only person inside the building was Kuroka, and she was sleeping. Draco would have discussed the organization with Lavinia and Natsum, but it seems he was going to have to wait until they got home later. Now, he only had two things to do. The first was to train, and the second was to think about how to help Rainier. Because of the whole organization issue, it seemed that the trip to Naciverse would have to be delayed for a few months. Draco didn't know how Mordred was going to take it, but he hoped she would at least understand the situation. This left him with more time to deal with this problem. But he had decided not to let this problem continue any longer. There were two reasons why Rainier had died in the original story. Actually, they could be summarized as one, but they could also be divided into two. The main reason is none other than the main character in the series, Issei Hayadu. It is more than clear that the reason for Rainier's existence in the series is to kill Issei and Asia so that they can enter the Gregori peerage. She's the first villain, and like most of the first villains, she's pathetic. Here's where I say it can be divided into two reasons. The first reason is the one I've already mentioned. The second is Rainier's strength. Rainier was fucking weak, so weak that even the weakest Issei could defeat her. Just look how weak she was when Draco first met her. However, the strength problem was more or less solved now. Rainier's strength wasn't crazy, but she should at least be able to take charge of the peerage of Gregori, regardless of this one. But in the main story, Gregori doesn't appear until the end, so Rainier would have more than enough time to escape. With Rainier training and improving her strength, it seemed her destiny would not change. She still had her sacred gear and her holy flames sealed. Rainier's problem was mental, as she should have no problem using both of them. If Draco could help her unlock both, maybe the problem related to Rainier would be solved. But if that didn't work, Draco had to find an alternative. And that alternative was related to the most important reason for Rainier's death. Issei Hayadu. But what could Draco do about Issei? Should he get rid of Issei? Romania. When are we going home? I want to see Kurokanizan and Draco and II. A little girl about 12 years old with white hair, a pair of ears and a cat's tail. She was lying on a hotel bed, rolling from left to right without stopping. Her tail didn't stop moving. She was obviously nervous and anxious to see the people she missed again. Tomorrow morning, the Pendragon family's private plane arrives, Chiron. I want to get some sleep, so shut up. The one who answers is Mordred, the blonde woman who was lying in another bed. She's Draco's only servant so far. When she was summoned, she thought she was going to fight in a Holy Grail war. To her surprise, this world had no Holy Grail war, although it was more accurate to say that there was not even a concept of a Holy Grail war. What's more, his master wasn't even human. Mordred expected to live only 2 more weeks, which is usually a Holy Grail war, but it had been over a year and a half since she had been summoned to this world. At first, she was eager to engage in a Holy Grail war, but as the months passed, she relaxed. Mordred, she was enjoying her time in this world. Mordred's life had been very short, extremely short, being created by Morgan Le Fay as a homunculus clone the Artoria, so her life was barely a decade old. Having lived so little time, a year and a half was a long time for her. As a homunculus, Mordred's growth had always been very fast. But now that she was a servant, her body no longer aged. She had died when her body was in its best physical condition, so being she had that same condition as a servant. But there was something that bothered her a lot about this, and that was nothing but the size of her breasts. Mordred, who used to kill anyone who mentioned that she was a woman, was worried about the size of her breasts. Why was this so? A certain Chaos Karma dragon was to blame. Tiamat, the strongest dragon of all the great dragon kings, had not hesitated to call Mordred a woman from the very beginning. As much as Mordred resented it, she could do nothing against that dragon. She was too strong. Mordred had never felt so desperate in battle, not even against the King of Knights. Her instinct told her that even if she sacrificed death in battle, Tiamat would have only a few serious wounds. One should not be underestimated, Instinct B, as only Artoria Pendragon has that skill of rank A. In the end, Mordred had to resign himself and accept being called woman by that old hag, or so Mordred called Tiamat. As much as Mordred spoke ill of Tiamat and called her an old hag, it was because she did not know how to express herself better. Being raised without a father figure, and with a mother that only abused her and only thought of Mordred as a weapon against King Arthur, Mordred was not sure what to do with the first person that was filling those places that her real parents could not fill. That is why Mordred always called Tiamat an old hag and acted like a spoiled child when she was around. Now Mordred had accepted her true gender thanks to Tiamat. More than anything, she wanted to be like the Chaos Karma Dragon. Tiamat was the strongest person Mordred had ever known, and she was a woman. Mordred had always thought that Artoria disguised herself as a man because that represented power, but now that such a powerful woman had appeared, why shouldn't Mordred accept being a woman? Especially considering the great influence Tiamat was exerting on her even without considering her strength. But there was something that separated Mordred from Tiamat, and it had nothing to do with strength. It was the size of the breasts. Tiamat's breasts were huge, compared to Mordred's almost flat chest. Kuroka's presence did not help Mordred either. Seriously, the girl had barely turned 16 when Mordred left for England. Still, her breasts were already several times larger than Mordred's. Then there was Draco. Mordred had been watching him secretly during this time, and he always turned his gaze in the direction of Kuroka's and Tiamat's large breasts. That damn pervert. Why didn't he ever give her a look like that? Of course, it wasn't that Draco didn't. He was simply clever enough not to do it overtly, as he knew Mordred's personality and the problems that would come from just hinting at the look that he sees her as a woman. That bothered Mordred a lot, but she was also very grateful to her master. After all, it was he who had given her the chance of this new life. The fact that she was beginning to value herself as a woman made Mordred begin to value men at the same time. Because of her complicated childhood, Mordred only knew how to use the sword. She said she was a man because Morgan had ordered her to, and because King Arthur was also pretending to be one. It wasn't until she spied on Draco one day while he was bathing that she realized he had something she didn't. Disaster came, when in her unfamiliarity and naivety, Mordred went to ask Tiamat about the piece of flesh hanging from his master's pelvis. Sigh. It had been so long since she had seen her master. He had evolved, so she wanted to see what her master looked like now. Was he still a cute little boy? Master! Mordred realized that she had spoken aloud, which made her cheeks warm. She hid her face in the pillow so that the people in the room would not notice. Teacher! Chiron could swear that she had heard Mordred muttering something, even though she was so distracted that she had not been able to hear well what her teacher had said. Shut up! I said I want to sleep. You're mean to me, teacher. I'll tell Draco and I when we get home. Mordred lifted her face slightly from the pillow to look at Chiron. The little cat was grimacing, and it looked as if tears would be streaming from her eyes any time. Mordred panicked at the sight of this, as she did not know what to do in this situation. It's all right, don't cry. The teacher is sorry. She didn't mean to yell at you. Forgive me, okay? Mordred quickly apologized. She could not bear to see Chiron's tearful face, but it seemed that a simple apology would not calm the youngest of the Nekasha sisters. I know. The teacher will let you ask her a question. Really? Have I ever lied? Chiron preferred not to answer that question. Everyone knew where Mordred's fame came from, so that question was more stupid than anything else. Chiron's tears disappeared instantly, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. The teacher is very naive. A few false tears and mention of Draco and I is all it takes to make her nervous. If Mordred knew what Chiron was thinking. So, in the Britain you lived in, were there monsters living in the human world? Today, the knowledge of the supernatural is hidden from the common people. For example, Chiron would have to hide her tail and ears in case she wanted to attend a human school. So you want to know about that time? Do you want to hear it too, Valerie? Mordred looked at the other blonde girl who was sitting on another bed. This hotel room had 3 beds, with Chiron and Valerie's beds on the sides, making contact with the sidewalls. Valerie had her back against the wall, and her red eyes were fixed on Mordred. Honestly, Mordred didn't know what to do with this girl. It had been a week since she had been rescued, but she had barely spoken at all. She was a quiet, shy, suspicious girl, or that was what Mordred thought of Valerie. Valerie looked Mordred in the eyes, without hesitation, and nodded weakly. Mordred smiled and took a seat on her bed, leaning her back against the wall as well. You ask if there were monsters in my time. The answer is, yes, of course there were. The Knights of the Round Table even fought dragons and giants. We didn't call them monsters, we called them phantasmals. Mordred stopped for a moment to remember those moments. Deep woods, steep mountains, bluffs with unceasing winds. Realms humans never cross are prime dens for phantasmals. They come down to human dwellings every so often. And well, ordinary humans usually end up as their food. Average soldiers are no match for demonic beasts, dragons, or phantasmals. Even in this era, most weapons are useless. But there are exceptions. For Britain was the Knights of the Round Table. We fought well and killed a reasonable number. You know, battling a phantasmal is pretty rough. Mordred continued to tell her story about the phantasmals and other extraordinary beings she had encountered during her life. She continued to talk endlessly until she realized that Chiron and Valerie had already fallen asleep. That same day, a meeting was taking place on Olympus. It was not an important meeting in which all the Olympic gods participated, since those only happened twice a year. On the throne sat a tall, imposing, very muscular man. His long black hair was shoulder length, and he had a black and gray beard. His eyes were very bright blue, almost electric. His face was serious and dignified, but at the same time very handsome. He was wearing a Greek robe. This man was Zeus, the chief god of Greek mythology. In front of him was a little girl about 12 years old. Her eyes were silvery yellow like the moon, and her hair was brown. Her face was pure and incredibly beautiful. Her beauty seemed to have been taken from another world, a breathtaking beauty. She wore a silver robe that covered her entire body, as well as a bow and a quiver of arrows on her back. Next to her was a very handsome man, tall, muscular, and tanned. His long golden hair was tied back in a chignon, and his eyes shone like the sun. He wore a golden Greek robe and a beautiful golden bow and quiver of magic arrows on his shoulders. On his head, he wore a golden laurel crown, and he was also surrounded by a honey-colored aura. This man seemed to be about 17 or 18 years old, and his smile was playful. The little girl had no doubt that, if the man had slightly whiter teeth, he would have blinded anyone in front of him. Well, what do you have to tell me? Zeus looked at his two siblings, twin siblings. Apollo and Artemis had asked to have a meeting with him, though he did not know what the reason was. They had already asked for the meeting a few months ago, but Zeus was too busy preparing the big meeting that happens on the summer solstice. The summer solstice and the winter solstice were the only dates when his beloved older brother, Hades, could set foot on Olympus. Zeus could not afford to be careless with his older brother, whom he distrusted, so he did not have time to have a meeting that his own children had said was not very important. Apollo looked at his sister Artemis, and she nodded towards him. 6 months ago, Artemis and I felt a connection to something. I can't tell you what it is. It seemed like someone was saying a prayer to us, but prayer can't be on this level. It seems like someone made a connection with our divine spirits for something, although personally, I think it was for an attack. Zeus frowned when he heard the words of Apollo. That someone connected with his divine spirits was something he had never seen happen. Had it really happened as his son had explained it? Did you feel that too, Artemis? At the same moment, Zeus looked at his daughter. She had taken the form of a little girl again. Artemis, who did not look kindly on men from a young age, began to really hate them after the incident with Orion. Since then, she only takes a more adult form when dealing with official business. The Orion incident was really unfortunate. Artemis made Zeus promise that he wouldn't force her to lose her virginity because she wanted to keep her chastity, like her aunt Hestia and her sister Athena did. Zeus did not want to, but in the end, he could not say no to his beloved daughter. From that moment on, if Artemis wanted to lose her virginity, she had to do it by her own will. Zeus was confident that his daughter would take an interest in a man sooner or later. And so she did, though it cost her dearly. The man in question was called Orion. He was the son of Zeus' older brother, Poseidon, and of Euryale, one of the 3 Gorgons. He was known to be able to walk on water thanks to his father's blessing, but he was famous for his renowned hunting skills. On a trip to the island of Crete, Orion was hunting with his dog Sirius and met the goddess Artemis. From then on, he became her hunting companion and protector. Orion became Artemis' hunting companion. This meant that he was her favorite. Orion was a renowned playboy, but he was deeply in love with the goddess Artemis. This love was so great that one day, when Artemis and Orion were hunting together, he couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed the goddess's robe, ready to rape her. Artemis was terrified to see that the companion she admired, and was beginning to fall in love, was trying to rape her. Artemis was not the goddess of the hunt for nothing. Although Orion was powerful and talented, Artemis was far superior to him. The end result was the death of Orion, and the subsequent creation of the constellation of Orion. Orion, the man Zeus hoped would be able to get his daughter to open her heart to men, ended up freezing Artemis' heart. Thousands of years had passed, and the Olympic goddess still had her heart closed to men. Yes, Father, it is just as Apollo has described it. Artemis confirmed her brother's words. This was a complicated issue, and it seemed that it had to be investigated. Do you have any leads, anything to go on? Yes, we know where that connection comes from, Apollo responded. The problem is that Artemis continued with her brother's words. Problems? What problems? The place where we felt the connection was in Japan. Zeus was surprised. It had to be Japan of all places. Today, Japan was a complicated land for the inhabitants of the supernatural world at this time. Most of the mythologies had taken a step back from ruling the mundane world, leaving the humans to rule their lands without unnecessary interference. This had led to biblical factions taking on much more importance in the human world than the other mythologies. But there were always exceptions. The Shinto gods were one of them. Although it was true that they had also withdrawn, and it was difficult to see them outside of Takamagara, they still had some control over the country. They supported from the shadows 5 ancient clans, whose mission was to protect the country in case something threatened it. But the situation had become a little more complicated in recent years. A conglomeration of factions had settlements in Japan. Among those factions were the Japanese yokai, the devils, the fallen angels, the church, and the 5 Shinto clans. We have to ask permission to go to Japan, or at least let Amaterasu know that we want to investigate something. Artemis, you have a good friendship with her, so you're going to take care of this problem. Father, let me go. Apollo went ahead. Apollo, I should go, Father. Isn't Japan the perfect country for the sun god? Cut the crap. You have a lot of work to do. You know you're going to be the next leader of Olympus. Zeus' face was strict, and it didn't look like anything was going to change his mind. Be careful, Artemis. With your strength, I doubt anything bad will happen to you. But back off if you run into any trouble. I understand, Father. Okay, you can go. Japan. I'm going to create a mercenary group. A mercenary group? Yes, I'm going to create a mercenary group. Draco and the rest had already finished their dinner, so the dragon took the opportunity to bring up the subject. Leaving aside those who were in the hospital, the rest are all in the house. Lavinia, Valina, Natsum, and Kuroka. That doesn't sound like Yunya. Where did you get the idea? Kuroka knew Draco better than anyone else. He was a boy who wanted to do everything he could for himself, especially since he could make himself stronger. It was no secret to her that Draco grew stronger by killing enemies. Azazel gave me the idea. I'm personally interested, so I've decided to pursue it. A mercenary group, like those on TV. That seems very dangerous. Natsum mutters under her breath. It's strange, considering the danger she has been exposed to with everything related to Utsusimi. A mercenary group like the ones in the movies shouldn't be so dangerous. Well, she had just entered the supernatural world, so you couldn't expect much from her. Draco, who's going to be part of that mercenary group? Lavinia has her elbows on the table and her hands on her cheeks as she looks at Draco. She's leaning forward, and her breasts were resting on the table. A beautiful sight, the young which was giving Draco. That's what I was getting at. Girls, how would you like to join my mercenary group? Draco didn't take any detours and said what he had to say. Draco, you know VH-on, and I already belong to different organizations. Joining you would be. What Lavinia says is true, big bro. I owe a lot to Azazel, so I don't think it's a good idea for me to leave Gregori for my own selfishness. It wasn't that Lavinia or Valina didn't want to join Draco. They just thought they owed Mephistopheles and Azazel too much. You don't have to worry about that. I talked to Azazel, and he told me that both he and Mephisto agreed to let you come with me. On the other hand, my organization, Azazel and Gregori, are going to form an alliance. Working with me would be like working for both of them, because at first we're only going to do missions for them. Draco had not yet interacted with Mephisto, but Azazel had already conveyed Mephisto's intentions to him. Is that so? Excuse me, Draco, I have to make a call. I'd like to confirm a couple of things. Saying that, Lavinia got up and left the room. Valina looked back at Draco and revealed a brief smile. Seeing as how you are, you won't be able to do anything without the help of the vanishing dragon. I, Valina Lucifer, am willing to join your mercenary group. As usual, Valina Lucifer acting like a cheeky brat. And you, Natsum? I don't know. That seems dangerous, and I don't want to risk my life. But I have one condition if you want me to join that organization. Natsum looked at Draco, waiting for her answer. He nodded, signaling Natsum to continue. There are still 2 more students than House Samajimakuen, and I have the remaining 4 fiends, right? Azazel mentioned that they were acting on their own, but this short time I have understood that we are too weak to act on our own. They'll get into trouble, if they haven't already, so I want to help them. If I join, I want this organization to help those guys too. So Natsum was worried about these guys, and that was her condition for joining the organization. Oh, that's not a simple condition. Let me tell you something, Natsum. Do you really think you're worth all that trouble? I. Draco's question made Natsum so nervous that she could not find an answer to her question. I don't think so. She finally mumbled that answer. Natsum bowed his head, not daring to cross anyone's eyes. Had she been too arrogant to set that condition? She only wanted to help her classmates. Draco, can you stop making fun of Natsum, yeah? Natsum looked up when she heard Kuroka. What she saw was Valina covering her mouth with her scarf, but her shoulders were shaking all the time. Kuroka looked like she was giving Draco a serious look, but she was looking at Natsum with a playful look. Natsum understood now. Draco was mocking her. The truth is that you are weak right now, Natsum. From a certain point of view, I am glad to see that you can accept your weaknesses, but I do not think it is right for you to underestimate yourself. You have a sacred gear of the highest level, just below the Longinus, so your potential is also of the highest. As for the other 4 fiends, I was already planning to make a move on them. In fact, the first mission of this mercenary group is related to them. Natsum breathed a sigh of relief as she listened to Draco, and at the same time, she felt her heart warm. She had managed to do almost nothing in the entire incident involving the Utsasimi agency, and was a bit depressed about that. Draco's words of support meant a great deal to her at this point. Nay, Draco, aren't you going to ask me? Kuroka pulled Draco's arm. Is that necessary? No, yeah. Kuroka stuck her tongue out at Draco. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Lavinia entered. Dear Aiken, I just talked to Mephisto. I've officially left Grauzauber, so I have no problem joining your organization. The moment Lavinia said those words, 3 notifications came to Draco. You have successfully changed a person's fate. You have successfully changed a person's fate. You have successfully changed a person's fate. 3 fate point obtained. 3 fate points. 3 fate points that Draco didn't expect at all. It was obvious that the 3 points came from the 3 girls who had joined the organization that Draco had just created. From a certain point of view, you could say that the members present were the founders of the group, changing the fate of Lavinia Rennie, Natsum Managawa, and Valina Lucifer. The fate of Lavinia Rennie and Natsum Managawa was not going to take an incredible turn of events. They were simply going to have a more important role that they didn't have in the main story. For example, Lavinia Rennie is barely mentioned in Volume 19 and does not make her first appearance until Volume 21. Managawa Natsum has not even been mentioned in High School DxD. Or at least, that's Draco's knowledge. He has only read up to Volume 21, so he wouldn't even remember Lavinia if this wasn't the last light novel he had read. Now that they were part of this organization, it seemed that they were going to play a more active role than in the original story. On the other hand, Valina's change of fate is of a different quality. If she was Vala's replacement in this timeline, then this fate point means that she is no longer going to join the Chaos Brigade. That means the Vala team is not going to be formed. But if the Vala team is not going to form, why hasn't Draco received the fate points from the other members? Kuroko was rescued by Draco. He had already received her fate point. So from the rest of the Vala team, there is Biko, the descendant of Sun Wukong, and the Pendragon siblings. Draco did not know much about the former, but at least he knew that Mordred had made contact with the Pendragon siblings and had a close relationship with them. Even so, Draco had not received the Pendragon fate point, so he could assume that they were still going to join the Chaos Brigade. Perhaps Draco should talk to Mordred about this situation? It was an option, but right now Draco didn't have time for that. These 3 new fate points gave Draco a head start in preparing the next Holy Grail War. The amount of fate points he had at this time was a total of 9. 2 of those fate points were going to be spent on the return trips. This left a total of 7 fate points, of which he wanted to have at least 4 fate points in case anything happened. Now, Draco had 3 fate points he could spend, and he may have more when Tobio and Cookie recover. Now, what should Draco do now that he has fate points to spare? He could get more Noble Phantasm, but does he really need them? He has a top-level weapon, top-level armor, top-level motorcycle, and a pretty good signature move. What could he get right now if he tries to get a Noble Phantasm? Of course, there are a lot of Noble Phantasm that could be useful, but there's also the possibility of getting a weapon type, Noble Phantasm, which he doesn't need. Should Draco invoke a new servant? At the thought of that, the image of Kuroka came to Draco's mind. Draco had his reasons for not turning Kuroka into a servant. But now that he thought about it again, was it really a good idea not to make her a servant? Sooner or later, Draco knew that she was going to end up becoming his servant. In that case, why not make her his servant already? Draco was afraid something would happen to Kuroka if he took her to the Holy Grail War. But if that were the case, then the one who should be worried is Draco. Turning Kuroka into a servant would give him a great boost in his strength, and it would not be surprising if she was significantly stronger than Draco at the time. If Draco were to die in the war, that would be the same as killing Kuroka. Why? Because Draco is the last hope for defeating the chaos, which will consume the entire multiverse. In that case, not only will Kuroka die, but everyone else in the multiverse. What other reason was there not to make her your servant? As far as Draco could tell, there was none. That is why, on the night before Mordred and Chiron returned, Draco had a conversation with Kuroka alone. Valina went to sleep in her room at Draco's request, so, what do you want to talk about, Nya? It's late, and I want to go to sleep. Unless you want some ECCHI. Kuroka leaned over Draco, resting her large breasts on his chest. Draco never doubted the veracity of her words, for it was not the first time Kuroka had made such an insinuation. In truth, the older Kuroka became, the more sensuous she became, and the more difficult it became for Draco not to fuck her right away. Kuroka was too sexy. Draco placed both hands on Kuroka's shoulders and pulled her away from him slightly. He looked her in the eye and said, "No, let's talk about something serious." Kuroka pouted, but still nodded. She folded her arms across her chest as she looked away, though one could see she had her attention on Draco. "What do you think of becoming stronger?" Like Azazel that morning, Draco went straight to the point with Kuroka. Draco's words are like lightning hitting Kuroka. To be stronger? Wasn't that what she dreamed of practically every day? It had been a year and a half since Kuroka had met Draco. In that year and a half, Draco had gone from being a very weak boy to surpassing the Nekishu in nearly every way. Where was the promise Kuroka had made to herself to protect Chiron and Draco until they matured? Draco had already broken it, and Chiron was being trained by Mordred. How strong was Chiron after this year and a half? How strong will she be in a few years? And now, Draco wanted to create a mercenary group, and, of course, Kuroka wanted to join him. She thought that with magic power at the level of an ultimate class devil, she wouldn't have a problem being Draco's partner for long. How wrong she was. Sacred gears of the highest level and several Longinus were joining Draco. In fact, all of them were very beautiful women. What if Draco was leaving her to go off with women who were stronger and more beautiful? Kuroko was plagued by doubt these past few weeks. She could no longer even sleep at ease without some such thought passing through her head. Did she want to be stronger? Of course she did, but she knew her own potential. She had a hard time getting better after all the experiments she had undergone in the past. She could improve, but the effort she had to put in was not worth it because of how little her strength improved. Yes, I want to be stronger. I want to help you for longer. But I can't. It's no use. No matter how much effort I put in, I can't improve much. I've reached my limit. For the first time, Kuroko expresses her feelings to Draco on this subject. Though it had been bothering her for a long time, she had never said anything. Tears began to form in Kuroka's eyes. She let out everything she had stored inside her. Kuroka felt a hand lift her chin, and her eyes met Draco's heterochromatic. She opened her mouth to speak, but Draco sealed Kuroka's lips with his own. Kuroka made a small surprised noise, but was smothered by Draco's tongue, which slipped into Kuroka's mouth. The Nekashu did not protest at all, but embraced Draco's neck and plunged into the passionate kiss. Kuroka's inexperience caused her to lose in the battle of tongues, and she was gradually out of breath. She finally could take it no more and part forcibly with Draco. That was pretty intense for my first kiss. Kuroka gasped as she brought her hand to her lips. Kuroka thought she was hallucinating. Draco, who for some reason had always maintained a clear line between the two of them, had kissed her passionately. He had stolen her first kiss, though that was not something Kuroka disliked. In fact, she was feeling her body warming up. Her cheeks blushed, and she was beginning to breathe heavily. There was no doubt. She was going into mating season. Once a Nekashu enters her mating season, her body will ask her to have sex. Kuroka shouldn't have gone into mating season at such a young age. Her case is currently similar to Chiron in Volume 11, when she enters the mating season at about the same age as Kuroka. Kuroka's feelings for Draco, as well as the stimulation of the moment, have been the triggers of this first mating season. Kuroka jumped up to Draco and kissed him back. Draco realized the seriousness of the matter as he felt the pheromones Kuroka was emitting. Pheromones are chemicals that subconsciously send odor signals to people of the opposite sex that naturally trigger feelings of sexual attraction, improving sex life. Women emit them naturally, and Draco was more than used to Kuroka's. That's why he was alarmed when he felt the change in the Nekashu's pheromones. He realized that he was probably to blame for this dangerous moment. He had caused the situation. Draco could feel Kuroka's heavy breathing fall on his face. She pushed him onto the bed and sat on him. I love you, Draco. I love you too much. I want to have your baby. With that statement, Kuroka began the third kiss of the evening.